Ủa, mấy đứa đang bị gọi bên đó. Em cho vô anh Ngọc. Nói rồi đó. Anh đừng có qua tụi em mở cho Ngọc.
Good morning, ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, institutional leaders, mentors, and most important of all, more than 1,000 student participants watching us via Zoom and YouTube live stream. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the Asean AI Hackathon 2026.
Good morning, everyone. We are connected across 9 nations and over 100 ASEAN universities. We are truly honored to be your hosts for this opening ceremony.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the opening ceremony, let us honor our shared identity and regional spirit.
Please stand as we pay tribute to our regional unity with the ASEAN hymn.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us today is a visionary who believed in the power of a connected ASEAN since more than a decade ago. We respectfully welcome Dr. Hang Le, Director of the Buses to ASEAN Secretariat, Vice Provost of Jitan University.
And we are also guided by an extraordinary steering committee. Today, we're privileged to have with us Dr. Ethel Valenzuela, Chair of the ASEAN AI Council. She's also the former education advisor to the Future of Education of ASEAN, a governing board member of UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, Commissioner of Higher Education Chair, Technical Working Groups on Lifelong Learning.
Next, please welcome Professor Dương Quang Trung, Canada Excellence Research Chair and full professors, Memorial University, Canada, Adjunct Professors, Queen's University, Belfast, UK, President of ASEAN Research Network. Mr. Đỗ Bá Thọ, Advisor to Passage to ASEAN.
Dr. Bùi Lê Anh Phương, Vice Director of the P2A Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, supporting the technical integrity of every project is our co-chairs of the ASEAN AI Hackathon Technical Committee. With pleasure, we would like to introduce from our lead institutions, Mapua Malayan College Laguna, James Ronald Messina, Dr. Vice President for External Linkages, Internationalization, and Transnational Education.
Representing the Polytechnic University of Philippines, Dr. Anna Ruby P. Gapasen, Vice President for Research, Extension, and Development.
And from our host institution today, Jitan University, it is our honor and privilege to introduce Associate Professor Nguyễn Gia Như, Dean of the School of Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence.
We also want to express our gratitude to the leadership of institutions across ASEAN for supporting the hackathon with your expert speakers, coordinators, and mentors. This could not be possible without you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asean AI Hackathon 2026 with the theme AI for Resilience, ASEAN's Innovations, Sustainability, and Humanity is our mission to bridge technical excellence with a real-world impact across ASEAN. First of its kind, it is shaping Earth to be a distributed and impactful force in the ASEAN's higher education sector. We are more than honored to welcome the participations from every corner of ASEAN.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, let's feel the energy. The ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026 is a massive hybrid engine. We have over 1,000 students gathered at international hubs across the regions. When we call your country, we want to hear you roar. Hub coordinators, get ready with your teams.
To innovators in Brunei, University Technology Brunei.
Hailing from Cambodia, American University of Phnom Penh, show us your spirits. And to our massive delegation in Indonesia with 3 special hubs at Binus University. Please welcome Universitas Islam Indonesia and Pradita University. Once again, welcome Indonesia to our competition.
And next, please welcome our participations from Malaysia. University Technology Malaysia. University Technology Mara Shah Alam. University Tun Hussein Al Malaysia. University Utara Malaysia. University of Malaya. And University of Nottingham, Malaysia.
From Myanmar, please welcome the Technological University Kyosei and the University of Information Technology Yangon.
And from the Philippines, we are excited to receive the participations from over 130 universities. Here are the institution hubs representing this massive cohort. Please turn on your cameras and show us your spirit.
Indeed, with the Philippines, we have once again more than 130 university in the fray. I'm sure there are so many faces eager to compete today. I see on the screen, welcome Bukalan State University, Davao del Norte State College, St. Michael's College of Laguna, I Academy, and our partner, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Bicol University. So many faces. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to the Philippines.
A round of applause to welcome Thailand with Teochew University, Chulalongkorn University, and Rangsit University.
And don't forget our friends from Singapore with ITE and Temasek Polytechnic.
And finally, Vietnam with a special hub at Dong Nai Technologies University.
In Vietnam, we also welcome the Da Nang University of Science and Technology and FPT University.
Of course, Vinica University and University of Economics and Law.
And last but certainly not least, at the headquarters of Passage to ASEAN Secretariat today, Duy Tân University.
To officially open the regional journey, please welcome leader whose vision has transformed student mobility in ASEAN.
Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the P2A Secretariat, Dr. Hang Lê. Please join me in giving Dr. Hang Lê a welcome applause as she delivers our opening speech.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, P2A members, leaders, representatives, and our students from across ASEAN. It is an honor for me to welcome you to the Asean Ai Hackathon 2026. This event is organized by Passage to ASEAN P2A, an ASEAN entity representing over 150 higher education institutions across ASEAN, in collaboration with the Asean Ai Council and our valued partner universities. This year's theme, AI for a Resilient ASEAN, Innovation, Sustainability, and Humanity, is not just a theme. It is a call to action. Because artificial intelligence is no longer something in the future. It is here. It is transforming industries. It is reshaping societies, and it will define ASEAN's future. The real question is, who will shape AI? The answer is simple. You will, my dear students. This hackathon marks a major milestone for Passage to ASEAN P2A, our very first AI-focused hackathon. And we are doing this because we believe something deeply, that AI, when guided by ethics, humanity, and regional collaboration, can solve our most pressing challenges, from sustainability and climate resilience to inclusive growth and digital equity. And we believe ASEAN's youth must lead that transformation. Now, take a moment and look around. This is something truly special. Here today, we have over 240 teams, more than 1,000 students from 106 institutions across 9 ASEAN countries. This is not just participation. This is momentum. This is the future of ASEAN coming together. And even more remarkably, we are doing this as a hybrid program, connecting ideas, cultures, and talents across borders. This hackathon is not just about competition. It is about learning. It is about building. It is about turning potential into real-world impact. Over the coming months, you will collaborate across cultures and disciplines. You will learn from distinguished mentors and experts. And together, you will create AI-powered solutions that matter. Not just ideas, but solutions that scale, the solutions that serve communities, solutions that shape ASEAN's future. And along the way, you will build something even more important than technology. You will build connections, you will build confidence, you will build the spirit of ASEAN in one. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to those who made this program possible. Dr. Valenzuela, Chair of the Asean Ai Council, our outstanding technical committee, especially Associate Professor Dr. Nguyen Gia Như from DTU, Dr. James Ronald Messina from Mapua Malayan College Laguna, Dr. Ana Ruby Gapasing from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and our keynote speakers for today's event, distinguished Professor Yung Wong Trung from the UK, and our partners, our mentors, P2A coordinators, and institutions across ASEAN. Your leadership and dedication made this program possible. And lastly, to our dear students, you are not here by chance. You are here because you are curious, because you are ambitious, because you believe innovation can create change. So be bold, be creative, collaborate across borders, and most importantly, build something that matters. Welcome to the Asean AI Hackathon 2026. Thank you so much for joining us. And let's make this extraordinary.
Thank you, Dr. Hangles, for your thoughtful speech. Now, to provide a welcome address, we are honored to welcome a champion of education and technological advance in our region.
Please welcome the chair of the ASEAN AI Council, Dr. Ethel Valenzuela, to the screen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to P2A Hackathon 2026. And I'm delighted to see a lot of students, a lot of universities and colleges participating today in our opening session. It is my distinct honor as the chair of the ASEAN AI Council to welcome you all in this pioneering initiative of P2A, an ASEAN entity that is here to promote regional integration, innovation, and unity among ASEAN member countries. Today, I'm very happy to reimagine education with all of you through our AI Hackathon, bringing new solutions and ideas on resilience. Of course, it's ASEAN, and we need to be always resilient in times of adversity and challenges. But more than that, imagine a world where machines can think. Imagine a world where machines can learn and sometimes give us decisions, suggestions, and solutions independently. It is now a reality. It's not a dream, an impossible dream, but a reality. Today, artificial intelligence, or AI as we call it, is defining technology in our time. I think you're very lucky that at this era, you're here, you're using AI from day to day. So it is a powerful tool for progress in our country and the rest of ASEAN region. And this is sometimes, subjected to debates in the academic world. But here today, we would like to learn how to really bring AI integrated into education and in our lives, especially that we're talking about resilience, disaster management, innovation. It is actually unlocking a lot of opportunities for students to think together and utilize this powerful tool for progress, hopefully. And I'm very sure that you will enjoy joining this AI hackathon. So the potentials and the promises of AI is huge. It can raise the floor. It can actually be a useful partner for humanity. And of course, in education, we use it from time to time from our 24/7 tutor, or sometimes it can translate different languages or give us information all over the world. The challenge for you at this time is to build functional solution. It's not simple solution, but functional, where ASEAN member states can really benefit from. Environmental problems, there may be solutions that you can think about. AI, sustainability, automation, these are challenges that we are giving to you. I know you can do it. So let us work together collaboratively. Let us listen to our experts from time to time. We're inviting experts to give lecture and of course to guide us in this hackathon. So what's important is that there are experts helping us, leaders, mentors, coach, to guide us on how we can really win this hackathon. So I would like to thank P2A, our secretariat in Da Nang in Vietnam, And to all of you 100 plus universities and colleges all over ASEAN, our ASEAN AI Council providing advice, guidance, encouragement, and support. And to your mentors and your coach, your teachers, you are wonderful. Thank you for choosing to join the Passage to ASEAN AI Hackathon. So my suggestion is that let us continue this innovation together. Let us support the responsible use of AI. Let us provide solutions that matter. And I wish you all the best. May the best innovator win in this competition. Thank you all and see you next time in Vietnam for the final awarding. Salamat. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel Valenzuela, for your thorough address.
We now invite you to watch a special montage of welcome messages from the presidents and vice presidents of our participating universities across ASEAN.
First, let's hear from the hardworking members of the technical committee. Live from Mapua Malayan College, Laguna, our technical committee member, Dr. James Ronald Messina, Vice President for External Linkages, Internationalization, and Transnational Education.
Good day. Welcome to the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. Mapua Malayan Colleges Laguna from the Philippines is very proud to be collaborating with the Passage to ASEAN for this initiative. And I would like to greet the more than 200 innovative teams from 8 ASEAN countries and from more than 100 universities in the region who will be participating in this hackathon. At Mapua Malayan Colleges Laguna, we are very happy to have adopted an innovative AI strategy for our students and stakeholders. We call it the 2 L's and 1 W of artificial intelligence. That's learning about AI, learning with AI, and working with AI. And this hackathon that we are organizing together with P2A and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines is one strategy on how we can actually advance that AI strategy. Through your participation, we are learning with artificial intelligence, and by your prototypes, we are actually working with artificial intelligence. So, my warmest congratulations to all the innovative teams for this hackathon, and enjoy every learning opportunity as we open the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Messina.
And next, from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Anna Ruby Peña-Gapasin, Vice President for Research, Attention, and Development.
A warm and heartfelt congratulations to everyone who made the P2A ASEAN AI Hackathon an outstanding success. Today, we are witnessing the power of collaboration in its finest form. This event stands as a testament to the strong partnership among Duy Tan University, Vietnam, Mapua Malayan Colleges, and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Together, we have created a platform where technology meets ambition. But most importantly, we celebrate the spirit of unity and innovation displayed by our young participants. Coming from various ASEAN member nations, you have proven that borders do not limit great ideas. Your creativity, your technical prowess, and your passion for artificial intelligence are exactly what will drive our region forward. Thank you for sharing your vision, for your hard work, and for showing us the future of ASEAN. Congratulations to the organizers and young innovators. You are all ASEAN champions.
Thank you so much for your thought.
And ladies and gentlemen, Today, we are also very honored to welcome the support of and participation of many institutions around ASEAN. From Davao del Norte State College, it is our honor to welcome Dr. Joy M. Sorosa, Sub-President 3.
The Passage to ASEAN organizers, participating teams from various higher education institutions in the ASEAN region, school officials, staff and students, mabuhay ug madayaw gikan sa Davao del Norte State College. Welcome to the Asean Ai Hackathon 2026. This year's theme could not be more timely. Across the globe, we face growing challenges like climate disruptions, economic shifts, and social pressures that demand resilience. In this context, artificial intelligence is not just a tool, it is a bridge connecting the urgent needs of our communities to the promise of sustainable development. AI can help us predict, adapt, and recover faster, but only if we use it wisely. To our participating students, have great potential to be adept in the use of AI and fluent in its possibilities. But your greatest contribution to sustainability lies in knowing how to use AI to enhance, not to replace, to innovate efficient and convenient systems for public service and community welfare. Thank you, and may the best ideas and the kind
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Joy Sorosa, for your speech.
Next, Davao del Sur State College, Dr. Algie Eve Feltus, College President.
A pleasant day to everyone, the organizers, distinguished guests, partners, and every student participants who are joining the Asean Ai Hackathon 2026. On behalf of the Davao del Sur State College, I warmly welcome you to the Asean Ai Hackathon 2026. May I especially mention the students from our institution, coming from the College of Business Education and Governance, the College of Information and Digital Sciences, and the College of Mathematics, Arts and Sciences. And to all valued partners and participants, welcome everyone. I commend the ASEAN AI Council and Doi Tan University, as well as the strong support of the Passage to ASEAN, or P2A, for spearheading this meaningful regional initiative that brings together young minds to harness the power of artificial intelligence for the greater good. This event reflects the growing importance of AI in shaping the future of education, industry, and public service across the ASEAN region. It highlights the creativity, resilience, and collaborative spirit of our young innovators who will serve as the key drivers of digital transformation in our communities. To our participating students, your involvement in this hackathon is a meaningful opportunity to innovate, to solve real-world problems, and engage with peers across borders. I encourage you to give your best, embrace collaboration, and learn from every challenge and interaction. May these activities strengthen your skills and broaden your perspectives. Once again, welcome to the Asean AI Hackathon 2026. I believe and I declare that this will be a transformative experience for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Algie.
Coming up next, Tarlac Agricultural University. May I introduce University President Dr. Silverio Ramon Saluson.
It's an honor to welcome the brightest mind of Southeast Asia here today. On behalf of Tarlac and Putra University, I would like to extend my profound gratitude to the passage of ASEAN officials and organizing committee for their commitment to foster regional cooperation and digital transformation, the foundation upon which the students will build the future. As we stand on the brink of an era, we must recognize that artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept. It is our current reality, whether in personalizing education to meet every learner's needs, optimizing agriculture, sustainable food supply, or driving efficiency in the industry. AI is the catalyst on unprecedented growth, from the magic of digital entertainment to breakthrough in healthcare and logistics. The possibilities are limited only by our imaginations. I urge you to fully embrace this emerging technology, not to fear the change they bring. Instead, harness their power to solve unique challenges. Face your ASEAN community. To our programmers and developers, be bold, be ethical, and be visionary. I wish you all best of luck. Let the coding begin and may innovation lead us towards smarter and more connected ASEAN. Mabuhay ang Tarlac Putra University. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Salamat po.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful speech, Dr. Silverio Ramon Saluson.
From Business University, Dr. Rene Sestorwati, SE MBA, Vice Director of Collaborations and Global Engagement.
Good day, young innovators. It's an honor for me to represent Binus University and welcoming you to ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026, organized by Passage to ASEAN or P2A in collaboration with AI Council and Duotan University. Through these competitions, under the theme AI for a Resilient Asians, Innovation, Sustainability, and Humanity, you are part of a growing movement shaping the future. By bringing your ideas forward and collaborating with peers across borders, you contribute for developing relevant solutions to today's most promising challenges of climate change resilience, public health and telemedicine, smart city, and AI for education. Addressing these challenges requires academic insight and technical practice to work together, strengthened by digital technology and interdisciplinary collaborations. With that spirit, I am excited to see hundreds of talented students from top Asian universities, including 21 teams from Binus University, taking part in this competition that will enhance your readiness and skill while connecting you with peers and mentors across borders. I wish you all the best. May this opportunity encourage you to explore deeply, think creatively, and work closely with your teams to deliver impactful solutions for better futures. Good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Rene Sestorwati.
And up next, representing Naga College Foundation Incorporated, may I introduce Dr. Nora Elizabeth Manicuz, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good day to our distinguished delegates, guests, and innovators, partners, mentors, and the brilliant minds joining us from across the region and beyond. Welcome to the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. This year's theme, AI for a Resilient ASEAN, Innovation, Sustainability, and Humanity, reminds us that technology must not only advance capability, but also uplift lives and safeguard our shared future. Across ASEAN, we face complex challenges, from climate risks to economic and technological disruptions. Yet within these lies a powerful opportunity to harness AI for inclusion, sustainability, and collective progress. Today, over 230 innovative teams from more than 100 higher education institutions Good day to our distinguished delegates, guests, and innovators, partners, mentors, and the brilliant minds joining us from across the region and beyond. Welcome to the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. This year's theme, AI for a Resilient ASEAN, Innovation, Sustainability, and Humanity, reminds us that technology must not only advance capability, but also uplift lives and safeguard our shared future. Across ASEAN, we face complex challenges from climate risks to economic and technological disruptions. Yet within these lies a powerful opportunity to harness AI for inclusion, sustainability, and collective progress. Today, over 230 innovative teams from more than 100 higher education institutions across 8 ASEAN nations come together united in a vibrant and collaborative tech ecosystem. You are not just participants, you are problem solvers and future leaders. The ideas you shape here can strengthen communities, empower industries, and bridge nations. As we begin, let us embrace collaboration over competition and purpose over prestige. Together, let us build a resilient, sustainable, and humane ASEAN. Welcome, and let the innovation begin.
Thank you, Dr. Nora. And last but not least, hailing from Pacific University, Dr. Algebert C. Bassett, Vice President for Internationalization.
Warm greetings to everyone across ASEAN. I am honored to speak today as the Vice President for Internationalization of Pan-Pacific University here in the Philippines. At Pan-Pacific, we always have believed that true progress begins with pioneering spirit in teaching, in learning, and in research. That's why we are proud to stand with you at the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. This year's theme, AI for a Resilient ASEAN, Innovation, Sustainability, and Humanity, reflects exactly what we champion: education that leads, research that solves real problems, and learning that never stops. To every student, mentor, and partner here, you are not just coding solutions, you are building the future of a resilient and united ASEAN. Let's make history together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad, for your kind words. And ladies and gentlemen, today's opening ceremony, we also welcome a very special honored guest. He's the Canadian Excellence Research Chair and full professor at Memorial University, Canada. He's also the adjunct professor at Queen's University, Belfast, UK. And ultimately, he's serving as the president of the ASEAN Research Network. Please join us in welcoming Professor Dương Quang Trung to the screen for a keynote speech.
So good morning, everybody. This is my great honor to be the keynote speakers of the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. And I think we have seen a lot of speakers, a lot of participants in this hackathon. And today I would like to share with you some of my vision to the AI and also the Hackathon 2026. So you can see that actually AI has started more than 70 years ago. Actually, I started my course in artificial intelligence more than 20 years ago when I in master degree. But over the last couple of years, AI has changed our planet in an unprecedented way. And the reason why AI started long time ago, but just started become very booming over the last few years. There are three reasons behind that. The first reason actually comes from the development of many very good computing devices. So you heard a lot about supercomputer, very fast computer. The second reason is we have a huge amount of data to train the AI model. AI can actually very quickly be trained by very strong machine learning AI model. Everybody in the world, we have our smartphone, we have our tablet, we have our laptop, our computer. We generate a huge amount of data every day. And the most important thing, the last thing, is the developments of very strong AI algorithm. And who gonna develop on the AI algorithm? It's come from scientists, engineer, and I think more important things is come from the young mind student. So this year, AI Hackathon actually tackle so many important challenge in the world. We are really living in very, you can see that at the moment, turbulent environment. We can see the climate change, you can see the air pollution, you can see the war happening many places in the world. So AI Hackathon this year focus on important area like climate change resilience, smart city, public health telemedicine, AI for education. And you can really see from the speak of the president of ASEAN, you can see we have a huge number of students, more than 1,000 students from many countries in Asia. And I really hope that after this hackathon, we can see some novel idea, even it turn out to be, become very new, and you can even apply to your, university or even your city or your country. And also we can become, like you can publish your idea into the scientific paper. So I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you about ASEAN Research Network, which is right now become one of the important capacity building for star scientists, for researcher, for university in Asia. And ASEAN Research Network actually very important at the moment because I think ASEAN is one of the fastest growing economy in the world. But the research and education in ASEAN, we are trying to catch up with several developed countries. And the mission of ASEAN Research Network is how we can connect ASEAN mind. I think this ASEAN Hackathon 2026 is one of the events that can foster this mission. We can create and share knowledge among us. We can bring the world to ASEAN and show the world, how ASEAN become very strong in innovation and technology. And for that, we can provide more scholarship and funding. We also try to encourage you, students, come to talk to us as, the scientist, the professor. We can provide you with the mentorship skill and development. Also, we try to connect researchers from university in ASEAN to have more collaboration, open center research, and also we can make greater impact. And if you have any new idea, you can actually publish your idea in the scientific research paper together with your college. And you can see we have several journals for you to choose from engineering, from tourism, from education to social science. So for that, I would like to welcome everybody. And before you start your hackathon, I would like to mention one thing. You come here to participate in this event. It's not about winning or losing. It's about you going out there. You enjoy your activity. You learn from your friend. You learn from your colleague, and you are always, remember one thing is, student, young mind is the cornerstone of Asia. Without you, we don't have Asia development. We don't have ASEAN innovation. And I wish you a great success and enjoy the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your speech, Dr. Yoon Wang-jung.
And ladies and gentlemen, what an inspiring show of regional support for the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. Now, before we move to our first workshop, we would like to invite you to capture this historic moment. Hub coordinators, please stand with your teams. People on our Zoom call, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, institutional leaders and participants, please open your microphone. Please open your webcam and ready to smile.
Everyone on Zoom, please turn on your cameras. Show us your best smiles. Let's capture this moment. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, smile. Let's give our technical team one more chance to capture everyone in the room today with us. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. The vision is clear. To the 240 teams, from this moment on, you are the architects of the resilient ASEAN.
Indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, may I direct your attention to the screen for the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026 kickoff video.
From Southeast Asia's rising force, a new generation of innovators is ready to shape the future. The Asean AI Hackathon 2026, a platform where ideas evolve into impact. Over 200 teams from more than 100 universities across 9 ASEAN nations. Hundreds of young minds united from across the region. Building solutions for real-world challenges powered by artificial intelligence and driven by collective ambition. More than just code, this is where technology meets humanity. Multidisciplinary teams, integrating technical innovation with human-centric scalable solutions. Backed by a regional network of industry experts, we are bridging the gap between classroom theory and the global digital economy. On one collaborative stage, across one connected ASEAN, witness the future of AI. ASEAN, the future is being built.
What an electrifying start. Looking at the faces on Zoom and in person, we see more than just students. We see the solutions to our region's most pressing challenges in climate, health, smart cities, and education.
Indeed, our goals over these next 4 months is not just to build code, but to build impact. We want to prove that when ASEAN's youth collaborate, innovation has no borders. We wish every single team the best of luck. Work hard, stay ethical, and dream big.
Now, to ensure that you're properly equipped for this mission, we have designed a cohesive 4-stage learning journey. Today, we start with ideation and architecture. On May the 5th, we move to agile prototyping. In June, we will refine your scalability and pitching, all leading to our virtual semi-final and the grand finale in July.
But first, we must lay the foundations. Coordinators and leaders, please ensure your teams are ready with their notebooks and abstracts. Stay connected. In 5 minutes, we will transition into our workshop today. Workshop 1, Human-Centric AI and Regional Problem Solving, hosted by Mapua Malaya College's Laguna. Let's innovate and lead. Let's build a resilient ASEAN.
Please keep your cameras on and your energy high. We wish you the best in the ASEAN AI Hackathon journey. And to all delegate and institutional leaders who is with us today, thank you very much. And with this, we've marked the end of the opening ceremony of the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. Thank you very much for coming. And ladies and gentlemen, to our participants in the room ready to learn, our first session, workshop 1, will begin at 9:30 sharp Vietnam time. For you in the Philippines, that's 10:30. Once again, thank you very much for coming. It's an honor to be your host today.
Dạ, chương trình buổi sáng ngày hôm nay là vừa kết thúc xong thì em mời chắc là các đại biểu của các quý vị có thể ra về trước ạ. Dạ. Thầy mốt. Xin viên. Là mời thầy Như hay là ai? Hay là về? Nhanh lên chứ không thầy đứng dậy thầy đi ra nè.
Good morning once again, everyone. I hope you're all energized and inspired after that powerful opening ceremony. From across ASEAN, we now officially begin the first step of your hackathon journey. On behalf of Mapua Malayan Colleges Laguna, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Workshop 1, Human-Centric AI and Regional Problem Solving. Today's session sets the foundation for everything we build throughout this hackathon. Artificial intelligence is not just about algorithms, data, or systems, it is about people. It is about designing solutions that are inclusive, ethical, and responsive to real world challenges across our ASEAN communities. From climate resilience to healthcare accessibility to education and economic inclusion, your ideas have the potential to create meaningful regional impact. To guide us in this important conversation, we are honored to have with us a distinguished academic and expert in the field of technology and innovation. Our speaker is a faculty member from the College of Computer and Information Science at Mapua Malayan Colleges Laguna and a passionate advocate for leveraging technology to solve real-world problems. He brings with him extensive experience in AI, data science, and human-centered innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Teodoro F. Ravano Jr.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me share my screen.
You have started a screen share. AI for Education ITB, Aomakan PHU has entered the waiting room. Press Command plus tilde to open pop-up or go to the participants panel to admit participant. Press CMD plus U to manage the waiting room. UDME Pat Deadline has left the meeting. Your screen sharing is paused.
Good day, everyone. Today, we gather not merely to evaluate projects, but to explore ideas with potential to transform lives throughout Southeast Asia. As a members of associations of Southeast Asian nations, we are part of one of the most diverse and dynamic regions in the world. However, this diversity also presents complexity, encompassing varied cultures, distinct economies, differing levels of access to technology, and a wide array of real-world challenges. I am now presenting a human-centric AI and regional problem solving, setting the stage. Now, here is the important question I want each of you to reflect on. Is your AI solution built for people or just built for presentation? Because today, what matters most
Public health underscore MSU mainframe has entered the waiting room. Press Command plus tilde to open pop-up or go to the participants panel to admit participant. Press CMD plus U to manage the waiting room.
what we mean by
Health underscore
human-centric
MSUMC-MSU mainframe has left the meeting. PH underscore UD-me Pat deadline has left the meeting.
When we
PH
say
underscore
human-centric,
UD-me Pat deadline has joined the meeting.
from technology to people. Human-centric AI means your technology must understand the real users, solve real problems, and create real impact.
Hub, Philippines.
This is
iAcademy
where
has left the meeting. TAU has joined the meeting. From VIP, AAIC Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascual Valenzuela to everyone. AI is intervening.
Not just
AI
their
for
demographic,
education underscore
their daily
UI-WICARA. ASEAN has entered the waiting room. Press
Ask
Command
yourself,
plus tilde to open pop-up or go to the participants panel to
who are
admit
they?
participant. Press CMD plus U to manage the waiting room. AI for education underscore
What challenges they do face
UI-WICARA.
every day?
ASEAN has joined the meeting. From SCTUKF
What
Green
limitations
to
do
everyone.
they experience?
Voice overlaying. Abraham Pribody has left the meeting. Abraham Pribody has joined the meeting. Climate change.
In the context
USLS
of the
Climate
Association
has entered
of
the
Southeast
waiting
Asian
room.
Nations,
Press Command plus tilde to open
where
pop-up or
users
go to
may
the
be
participants. Mid-participant. Press
a
CMD plus U
farmer
to
with no
manage the
internet
waiting room.
access, a student relying only on a mobile data, or maybe a small business owner with limited digital skills. because understanding users means designing with empathy. Because if you don't understand your users, your AI, no matter how advanced, becomes irrelevant.
Public Health and
Next.
Telemedicine LZ Aware has
Your
left the
AI
meeting. Public
must
Health and
solve real
Telemedicine
problems.
LZ Aware has joined the meeting.
Not a hypothetical one, not a convenient one, but a meaningful and urgent one. Too often, solutions are built around what is technically possible instead of what is truly needed.
AI for Education,
In
ITP,
ASEAN,
Aomakan
real
PH
problems
has left the meeting.
limited healthcare access, disaster vulnerability, education gaps, and agricultural efficiencies. Technology should not create problems to solve.
Nguyen Bao has entered the waiting room.
It should
Press Command
solve
plus tilde
problems
to open
that
pop-up
already
or go to the participants panel to admit participant. Press
Finally,
EMP plus U to manage the waiting room. Climate change.
Impact is the true
Venus
measure of success.
Square Plant has left the meeting.
Ask yourself, does your solution improve lives? Does it save time,
Climate change.
cost, or
UNLS
effort?
Climates has left the meeting.
Does
Phi
it
Nguyen
empower
Bao has left the meeting. Phi Nguyen Bao has
Because
joined the
impact is
meeting.
not measured by
CC
downloads
underscore UTM dash Q flood has
or
entered the
features.
waiting room. Press
It's
Command
measured
plus
by
tilde to
change
open pop-up
in
or go
people's
to the
lives.
participants panel to admit participant. Press EMD plus U to manage
If
the
your
waiting room.
AI does not
Climate
create
change
impact,
underscore CTU
then
dash
it's
1
just a
has left the
demonstration,
meeting. John L1 has
not
entered the
a
waiting
solution.
room. Press Command plus tilde to open pop-up or go to the participants
Now
panel
let
to
me
admit
emphasize
participant.
something
Press
very
EMD
important.
plus U to manage the
It is
waiting
not
room.
enough
From Hub,
that your model is
Philippines,
accurate.
ISUFSTBC
It must
to
be
everyone.
accessible,
Good day. We really can't understand the
inclusive,
speaker. Thanks.
ethical,
PHUCI Love K
and
has left
relevant
the
to the
meeting.
communities you aim to serve. Accuracy is important, but it's not everything.
Kalina has left the meeting. Kalina has
Your
joined
AI
the
might
meeting.
also be accessible. Can people actually use your solution? Does it work on mobile devices, low internet connectivity, or just simple interfaces? Because a powerful system
X1 has joined the
that
meeting.
people cannot access is a system that has no impact.
Public Health
Let's
and
go to it,
Telemedicine,
Kristen.
DSSC Next Gen Innovators has
Who are
joined
you
the meeting.
including?
Public Health and
And who are
Telemedicine
you
LZ
leaving out?
Aware has joined the meeting. From
Does your
SCT
solution
UKSE Green
consider
Horizon to
rural
everyone.
communities?
Excuse me, we can't hear clearly the host because of overlay and voice. Smart City underscore PUP dash
Low
Solar
income
Voice.
users
ADN
or
has left
people
the
with
meeting.
limited digital
Hub, Philippines.
skills.
I Academy has joined the meeting.
There's an AI voice overlay that's interfering with your presentation. The voices are overlapping and we're trying to fix it. So we'd just like to ask you to stop for a while, if that's okay, until we figure it out. Hey Doc, I think you've enabled the accessibility feature in your Zoom account. If you could just disable it.
Hello?
No, sir. Were you able to disable it?
You are the co-host now. PH_PUPQ-Venocare has left the meeting.
Haven't disabled the feature.
I was just going to restart my computer. Sorry.
To all participants, we would like to apologize. Dr. Ivana is experiencing some technical difficulties, and we are trying to fix it from our end. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We're currently experiencing a minor technical issue, and our team is actively working to resolve it as quickly as possible. For those joining us online, please stay with us and we'll be resuming shortly. And for our on-site participants, we appreciate your continued support. In the meantime, feel free to share in the chat what's one AI solution you think could you could create you think you could create that would impact your local community. If you could just we would like to hear your thoughts. Type your answers in the chat box for a while. Oh, Dr. Ivana is back.
I'm here now, but I don't think I off the voice off or my AI. I have a problem with that. I am sorry.
I think it is better now, though. If you would like to
Uh,
choose.
okay, but my share screen is disabled.
We're the co-host now.
I'm still experiences the I'm experiencing the voice.
You have started screen share. Your screen sharing is paused.
I hope you can hear me now. You can hear me now.
Michelle Kasama, it has entered the waiting room. Press Command plus tilde to open pop-up or go to the participants panel to admit participant. Press CMD plus U to manage the waiting room. SC_PUP-URBATIX has left.
Sir, how about you turn off the AI companion? If that would help. Yeah. Then Ivano, we'll try to share your presentation from our end. Please leave now. We'll be controlling it. Just give us a cue as to when you will proceed to the next slide. Maybe this would help.
The adult junior Ravano is the co-host this hour. You can hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes,
Okay. Good day, everyone. Today, we gather not merely to evaluate projects, but to explore ideas with the potential to transform lives throughout Southeast Asia. As members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, we are part of one of the most diverse and dynamic regions in the world. However, this diversity also presents complexity, encompassing varied cultures, distinct economies, differing levels of access to technology, and a wide array of real world challenges. Let me present to you today the human centric AI and regional problem solving setting the stage. Next. Now, here is this important question I want each of you to reflect on. Is your AI solution built per people or just built per presentation? Because today, what matters most is not just an innovation, it's a human centered innovation. Next, let us now clearly define what we mean what we mean by human centric AI. When we say human centric, we are shifting the focus from technology to people. Human centric AI means your technology must one, understand the real users, two, solve real problems, and three, create real impact. This is where everything begins. Next, ma'am. Understanding the users. Not just their demographics, but their daily realities. Ask yourself, who are they? What challenges do they face every day? What limitations they experience? Next, in the context of Association Southeast Asians nation, understanding users means designing with empathy. Next, because if you don't understand your users, your AI, no matter how advanced, becomes irrelevant. Next. Next is your AI must solve a real problem, not a hypothetical one, not a convenient one, but a meaningful and urgent one. Too often, solutions are built around what is technically possible instead of and what is truly needed. Next, in ASEAN, real problems include limited health care access, disaster vulnerability, education gaps, agricultural efficiencies. Next, because technology should not create problems to solve. It should solve problems that already exist. Finally, next ma'am, impact. Impact is a true measure of success. Ask yourself, ask your teams. Does your solution improve lives? Does it save time, cost,
or effort? Or does it empower people? Next, because impact is not measured by downloads or features, it is measured by change in people's lives. Next, ma'am. If your AI does not create impact, then it is just a demonstration, not a solution. Next, let me emphasize something very important. It is not enough that your model is accurate. It must be accessible, inclusive, ethical, and relevant. Relevant to the communities you aim to serve. Because accuracy is important, but it is not everything. Next, ma'am. Your AI must also be accessible. Can people actually use your solution? Does it work on mobile devices, low internet connectivity, or just simple interfaces? Next, a powerful system that people cannot access is a system that has no impact. Next, ma'am. Let's go to inclusive. Who are you including and who are you leaving out? Does your solution consider rural communities, low income users, or people with limited digital skills? Thanks, ma'am. Because human centric AI does not serve a few, it serves everyone, especially those often left behind. Next, ma'am. Third, ethical. Now let's talk about responsibility. Your AI must be fair, transparent, and secure. Next, ma'am. Ask yourself, is your system biased? Does it protect user data? Or can user trust it? Next. Because without a trust, even the best AI will never be adopted. Let's go to the relevant. Finally, relevance. Your solution must fit the community context. In ASEAN, this means local language support, cultural awareness, alignment with real community needs. Because, next, ma'am, a solution that is not relevant will not be used. Let's synthesize everything. The human centric mindset. When you bring all of those together, human centric AI becomes more than a concept, it becomes a mindset. It means designing with empathy, solving meaningful problems, creating measurable impact, and doing so responsibly and inclusively. At the end of the day, the goal is not to build the smarter machines. The goal is to build solutions that make people's lives better. Next, ma'am. Here is my mentor tip. Ask your teams, who exactly are you helping? What problems are you solving that truly matters? What will change in their lives because of your AI? We have here some personas, understanding the real users, the context over code principle. It means the designing an AI based on people's real life situations, not just a technical models or code. It emphasized that knowing who your users are in real life is more important than building a complex system. In understanding the real users, AI should be shaped by context, like environment, behavior, and limitations, not just by the data and algorithms. Maybe you're asking what context includes. The context includes daily routines and struggles, access to technology, language, digital literacy levels, and cultural practices. Second, personas that we can solve. Solving real problems, avoiding tech for tech's sake. Technology should not be created or just because it is new, trendy, or impressive. Instead, it should be purpose driven, designed to solve actual, meaningful problems faced by real people or organization. The third is real impact, the digital bayanihan metric. It refers to measuring the success of technology project, not just a technical performance, but how well it embodies the Filipino value of bayanihan, collective actions, cooperations, and community support through digital means. Instead of asking, does the system work? This metric asks, does the system help people work together and uplift each other? Next, ma'am, we have here some sample so that we can understand. In understanding real users, the context over code principles, I have here a model trained on a Western dataset might understand English, but it doesn't understand a Filipino MSME owner in Kabuya, the nuance. Understanding real users means accounting for linguistic fluidity and digital literacy levels. The 2026 shift, we are moving towards small data excellence. It is better to have a model that understands the specific needs of 1,000 Laguna farmers than a general model that hallucinates agricultural advice for a climate it doesn't recognize. Second, samples that I am pertaining for solving real problems. In academic environments, we often fall in love with the complexity of the solution. Human centricity demands we fall in love with the problem. The challenge here, does the AI solve a pain point or just a cool idea? In the ASEAN lens, real problems in 2026 include supply chain transparency, last mile healthcare, and financial inclusions. If your AI predicts the stock market but can't help a sari-sari store manage inventory, it isn't solving a real regional problem. Last is a real impact, the digital bayanihan metric. Impact is a measure by augmentation, not displacement. I have here a sample of framework. A human-centric AI makes the human better at their job. It provides a cognitive lift. With the 2026 metric, impact is seen when the community's collective productivity rises. Success isn't it we replace 10 workers. Success is 10 workers now produce the output of 50 using our tool. Next, ma'am. Here are the four pillars of executions. Next, ma'am. Sorry. Next pa. One more, please. The four pillars of execution to be human-centric. The top teams must prove their models meet these four criteria. Accessible and inclusive. In Age AI, a low latency, it must run, for example, of $400 smartphones, not just a high-end PC, that it can run during a power outage in Calabarzon using local cache. That is the MMCL standard. In inclusive, the technical translations for 2026 bias mitigation, it must not discriminate based on dialect, gender, or socioeconomic status. In the MMCL or Mapua Malayan Colleges Laguna standard, Does the algorithm treat a fisherman in Cavite the same as a CEO in Makati? Next, ma'am, let's begin with the ethical pillar, explainability. The AI must be able to show its work in plain language. In the MMCL standard, if the AI denies a loan, can it tell the user why in Tagalog or English? Next is relevant. Localizations. It must align the national AI strategy and local community goals. In MMCL standard, does this solve a problem recognized by the DTI or the DICT? Next, ma'am. The human-centric stress the stress test for teams. Ask the teams to look at their current prototype and answer this. If we stripped away the AI buzzword, would your solution still provide a value to a person who has never used a computer? If the answer is no, you haven't built for the human. You have built for the machine. I have here a workshop activity, but I assume that we don't have a time for that. But workshop activity that is pertaining for the persona. And I hope you will do this. Instruction for teams. This is you have to pick one of the three personas that at least like you. Map your AI solutions to their specific reality using the human-centric pillars that we discuss. We have here a persona one, Aling Nena, the MSME micro retailer context that runs a sari-sari store in the geographically isolated area in Quezon province. The tech reality uses a 2021 model Android phone with a cracked screen, relies on a piece of Wi-Fi or intermittent 3G. The problem, struggling to manage the inventory and credit or what we call utang, while inflation fluctuates weekly. The AI challenge. How does your AI help her if she can only afford 5 minutes of a connectivity a day? That is our activity or workshop. Next, I have a persona B. Hui, the Mekong Delta smart farmer. The context is a second generation rice farmer in Vietnam trying to modernize. The tech reality has 5G access but is wary of Western apps or uses Zalo for everything. The problem, high salinity in water in killing crops, but traditional sensors are too expensive. Here are the challenge in AI. Does your AI integrate into his Zalo flow or Zalo flow? Or are you forcing him to download a 100 MB app he doesn't trust? Last persona that I want you to focus on, Sarah, the gig economy creative. The context is this: a freelance graphic designer in Davao working for global clients. Tech reality. High digital literacy uses Maya for all payments, but worries about AI replacing her. The problem, the needs to scale her output to compete with global agencies, but wants to keep her Dabawenyo artistically sold. Here is the AI challenge. Is your AI competitor that replaced hers or a co-pilot that handles her admin so she can relate? And if you will going to choose what persona that you wanted to focus, here are the audit worksheet. Teams must answer this four question based on their chosen persona: accessibility, inclusions, and ethics. Next, ma'am. Let's go for the pillars. Let's go for the four pillars responsible. Next, ma'am. Thank you. I call this one the four pillars of responsible innovation. Can you go back, ma'am? Thank you. serve as our foundation in building solutions that are not only creative, but also meaningful and sustainable. These principles, I have four guiding principles that we'll present later. This principle guide us to design with clear purpose, consider diverse user across regions, plan for future growth, and ensure that the innovation remains ethical and responsible. By following these pillars, we aim to create technology that delivers real impact, not just today, but in the long term. Let's begin with the guiding principle one: present with purpose. As, your, as you present your solution, remember this: you are not explaining a system, you are telling a story. Next, ma'am. From explanation to storytelling. Because no matter how advanced your AI is, if people cannot connect with it, they will not remember it. Next, ma'am, humanizing your presentation. So the question is, what kind of story are we talking about? A story of maybe a farmer trying to survive climate change? Or a problem or a story or a student struggling with limited access to education? Or a story of a community facing disasters without early warning system? These are not just examples. These are real situations happening across the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. When you present, your goal is to make your audience see, feel, and understand the problem. Because when people feel the problem, they begin to care about your solution. Next, ma'am, I have here three elements of a purpose driven presentation. To truly stand out, your presentation must clearly show three things. One is the problem. Isn't it real? Isn't it urgent? Or is it relevant to ASEAN? And number two, solution. Does your AI directly solve the problem? And third is human impact. Who benefits and how do their lives improve? Let's talk about it one by one. The problem. Make it real. Start with the problem. But don't just state it. Make it real, specific, and urgent. Ask yourself, is this problem actually happening? Is it affecting a significant number of people? Or is it relevant to ASEAN context? I have here some samples that most probably we can relate. In a cybersecurity, here in our university or colleges, MMCL, instead of saying there are security issues in system, we must say small businesses in ASEAN are increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks, leading to data breaches, financial loss, and loss of customer trust due to the weak or outdated security system. Second sample, an AI chatbots and customer service. Instead of saying customer service needs improvement, in MMCL we say customers often experience long wait times and inconsistent responses when seeking support, leading to frustration and decreased satisfactions with services. In terms of education technology, instead of saying there are challenges in online learning, we say students in remote areas struggle to access quality education due to unstable internet connections and lack of learning resources, resulting in gaps in knowledge and lower academic performance. Next, ma'am, you can emphasize this. A weak problem sounds general, but a strong problem sounds real, specific, and urgent. Next, ma'am. Second, The solution. Make it clear. Next, your solution. Ask yourself, does your solution directly address the problem? Is it clear how it works? Or is it better than existing solution? Once the audience understand the problem, they should immediately see how your AI solves. Here are the samples. Our AI system analyzes weather patterns and provides farmers with real-time crop recommendations. A strong solution is not just innovative. It is clear, focused, and relevant. Last is human impact. Now, this is the most important part, human impact. Asked again, who benefits? What changes for them? How does their life improve? Because at the end of the day, technology is only valuable if it changes lives. Next, ma'am, I have here sample. With this system, farmers can plan ahead, reduce losses, and achieve more stable income for their families. Impact answers the question, why should anyone care about your solution? Connecting all together. When you combine the three elements, the problem, the solution, and the impact, you create a powerful narrative. A narrative that is clear, emotional, and memorable. Your audience is not just listening to understand, they are listening to decide if your solution is worth believing in. Next, here are the common mistakes to avoid. Let me highlight the common mistakes. Many teams focus too much on algorithms, features, and technical complexity. But they forget to answer, why does this matter? Again, your audience is not just listening to understand. They are listening to decide if your solution is worth believing in. Next, ma'am. So always remember, people will not remember your algorithm. They will not remember your model accuracy, but they will remember the problem you showed, the story you told, and the impact you promised. In the end, next, ma'am, what wins is not the most complex solution, but the one that is clearly understood, deeply felt, and strongly impactful. I have here mentor prompts. You can ask your teams, can you describe your user in one sentence? What happens if your solution does not exist? Or what changes in someone's life because of your AI? I have here samples of the before and after pitch that you may compare. Our system uses, this is an example. Our system uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to analyze agricultural data. It has multiple features such as prediction, monitoring, and reporting. It is designed to help users improve efficiency. What is the problem here? It's too technical, not clear problem, no human connection, and no impact shown. But after the strong pitch, here are the strong pitch that I want to consider. Farmers in rural ASEAN communities are losing crops due to unpredictable weather, leading to unstable income. To address this, we develop an AI-powered system that analyzes weather patterns and provide real-time crop recommendations. With these solutions, with this solution, farmers can plan ahead, reduce losses, and secure their livelihood. Compare to the other sample. The strength of these clear problems, clear solutions, human impact, and regional relevance. Next is second guiding principle. Design for the region, not just for one user. ASEAN is not a single environment. A solution that works in one country may not work in another. Next, ma'am. Understanding ASEAN diversity. When we talk about ASEAN, we're not talking about a single environment. We talk about region. Region that is culturally diverse, economically varied, and technologically uneven. That means one very important thing. A solution that works in one country may not be or may not work in another. Next, I have here a sample illustration. A mobile app designed for users in Singapore with high-speed internet and advanced devices may not function effectively in rural areas of Cambodia or Laos, where internet is limited, devices are basic, digital literacy may vary. So, designing for ASEAN means designing for differences, not uniformity. Next, ma'am. So I challenge each of you to think beyond your prototype. Ask yourself this critical question. Can your solution adapt to different languages? Can it work with limited and unstable internet? Can it serve both urban and rural communities? These questions are not optional. They define whether your solution is region ready or not. Next, ma'am. We have regional problem solving requires. To design and effectively for the region, your solution must meet four key requirements. We have here localization, accessibility, cultural awareness, and technical flexibility. Next, ma'am. Let's focus first in localization. This means your solution must adapt to language, context, and local needs. I have here sample. A chatbot designed only in English may not be effective for users who primarily speak Filipino, Bahasa, Indonesia, or Thai. Next, accessibility. Your AI should be usable by people with limited internet, user with basic smartphones, individuals with low digital literacy. I give you sample for this. An application that requires high-speed internet or maybe complex navigation may exclude the very user who needed it most. That is accessibility. Next, cultural awareness. Technology must respect local beliefs, social norms, and user behavior. I have here a sample. A health AI system must consider cultural attitudes toward healthcare, privacy, and communication. Key line here, if your solutions ignores culture, it risks rejection, no matter how advanced it is. Let's try in technical flexibility. Your system should be able to adapt different environments, scale across countries, adjust features when needed. A sample of this, a system that works only with constant internet connection may fail in areas with unstable connectivity. Because flexibility ensure your solution can survive in a real world condition. That's why connecting all together, when you combine localization, accessibility, cultural awareness, and technical flexibility, you create a solution that is not just functional, but regionally relevant. The common mistakes to avoid, many teams design for themselves, their environment, their assumptions. but forget to design for the actual users across different ASEAN contexts. Because the moment your solution leaves your environment, that is where the rest test begins. So remember this. Designing for ASEAN is not building one perfect solution. It is about building a solution that can adapt, evolve, and serve different communities. And the best AI solutions are not most advanced. They are the ones that can work anywhere, for anyone, under any condition. Mentor prompts. Ask your teams. You can use it live. Will your system still work in a rural area? What will change if you deploy this in another country? Who might be excluded from using your solution? I have here a sample list that you may also adapt. ASEAN regional checklist for an AI solution. Ensure that your AI is region ready, not just a locally functional. Questions to answer. Does your system support local languages? Is the context cultural appropriate? Are example scenarios relevant to local users? We have here from the Philippines. Include Filipino and Taglish language supports. Use relatable context like barangay systems, community health centers, and LGUs. In Indonesia, Bahasa Indonesia interface, consider large and geographically distributed users. In Thailand, we can use Thai language or adapt visuals and symbols to local preferences. In Vietnam, next ma'am, next ma'am, can you go to Cambodia, please? Thank you, ma'am. Cambodia. Thank you. Cambodia. Mobile first design or lightweight apps or how your storage and data usage. In Indonesia, you have an offline or ensuring or the Philippines, offline or SMS based features, minimal consumptions. In Myanmar, emerging infrastructure, a simple UI UX or reduce dependency on real-time connectivity. Next, ma'am. In Malaysia. In Malaysia, you need to consider multicultural diversity. There's a Malay, Chinese, and Indian communities that respects religious and social norms. In Indonesia, ensure culturally sensitive messaging, especially in health and education. In Thailand, use polite and respectful tone in a communication interface. Next, ma'am. Singapore, high performance cloud integrated systems, advanced analytic features. In Indonesia, in a remote island in Indonesia, offline first architecture, edge computing capabilities. And in the Philippines, disaster prone areas, we can have a resilient systems that functions during outage. Next, ma'am. Remember this. Your solution is not successful when it works in your environment. It is successful when it works in different environments across ASEAN. Next, ma'am. We have in the guiding principle 3. Think beyond today, think expansion. Now let's go beyond your prototype. The two core question. What happens after today? Can your solution scale across ASEAN? Next, ma'am. Let's shifting the mindset. Many teams focus on one goal. How do we make our prototype work? But I want to challenge you to think further. What happens after today? Because your presentation is not the end. It is just the beginning. Next, ma'am. From prototype to real world solution. A prototype proves that your idea works, but expansion proves that your idea matters. Anyone can build a system that works in a controlled environment, but not everyone can build a system that works in different countries, adapts to different users, and survives real world conditions. Next, ma'am. Because the true test of your AI, it's not just the demo. It is in the ability to grow, adapt, and sustain impact. Next, ma'am. Now, the core question is, can you scale across ASEAN? Ask yourself, can your solution scale across Association of Southeast Asian Nation? Scaling means more than increasing users. It means entering new markets, adapting new environments, and handling great complexity. Redefining expansion. Let's be clear about one thing. Expansion is not about copying your system into another country. It is about adapting your solution to new environment. Let's have an example. A health app designed for urban users may need to maybe simplify the interface, add offline functionality, or adjust language and recommendation when it's used in rural communities. Next, ma'am. That's why we have four critical questions. As as you present your solution, I want you to reflect on the four critical questions. Number one, where will you launch first and why? You cannot scale everywhere at once. Choose a starting point where the problem is more urgent, where adoption is most likely, where impact can be clearly demonstrated, because a strong beginning creates a strong foundation for expansion. Number two, who will be your partners? No solution scales alone. You need partners such as government agencies, NGOs, local organizations, and industry players. These partners help you enter new markets, build trust, and understand local needs. Because partnership turns idea into the real world implementations. Third question, can your system handle growth? Let's talk about scalability from a technical perspective. As your solution grows, more user will join, or more data will be processed, or more demands will arise. So ask, can your system handle 10 times or 100 times more users? Because the solutions that cannot scale cannot expand. Fourth question, will your solution still exist in 5 years? This is the most important question. Because true innovation is not just about launching, it is about lasting. Ask yourself, is your solution sustainable? Does it have a business or support model? Will people continue to use it over time? Because impact is not measured in days or months, it is measured in years. Having said that, we also have a common mistake to avoid. Many teams design for presentation, competition, short term, but forget to design for the real world deployment, long time sustainability, and regional expansion. Remember this: do not build just to win, but build to last and scale. Because the best solutions are not those that impress today. They are the ones that are still making difference years from now in multiple communities across different countries. I have here a suggestion mentor prompts. Assess if your AI solution is ready to scale across the ASEAN. Ask your team. Part 1, market entry, readiness, localization readiness, accessibility and infrastructure, scalability and technical readiness, sustainability and business model, and expansion strategy. Part 1. Let's talk about market entry readiness. Have you identified a pilot country? Is the problem urgent and relevant in that country? Do you understand the target users? Or do you have now a potential local partners? In location readiness, can your system support multiple language? Can features adapt to local needs and behaviors? Or are you aware of a country-specific regulations, data privacy, and AI use? Or can your solution be customized per country? In accessibility and infrastructure, does your system work on mobile devices? Can it function under low or unstable internet? Do you have an offline or a hybrid capabilities? Or is your system usable for low digital literacy users? Or maybe in a scalability and technical readiness. Is your system cloud-based or scalable? Can it handle increasingly users' data? Is it your architecture modular and flexible? Can it support multi-country deployment? Or maybe we could try the sustainability and business model. Do you have a clear revenue model? Is your solution affordable in developing regions? Or do you have a funding and partnership strategies? Or can your solution operate long terms, 3 to 5 years? Or maybe an expansion strategy. Do you have a country expansion plan? Have you identified what changes per country? Or do you have a timeline for scaling? Or have you considered risks and challenges? That is actually the end of our guiding principle 3. Let's begin with the guiding principle 4. Balance innovation with responsibilities. Balance innovations with responsibilities. As future innovators, you carry responsibility. Your AI must not only be more powerful, it must be fair, transparent, and secure. Can you go back, ma'am? Thank you. Because trust is the foundation of adoption. Next, ma'am. Setting the tone. As future innovators, you're not just building technology, you are shaping how people will live, decide, and trust systems in the future. With that comes a very important truth. Innovation without responsibility can do more harm than good that we do. We have here a core message. Your AI must not only be powerful, it must also be fair, transparent, and secure. And the reason is simple. Trust is the foundation of adoption. Next, ma'am. Let's go to fairness. Avoiding bias and equality. Let's begin with fairness. AI system learn from data. And if your data is biased, definitely your result will be biased. Guiding question. Is your data set representative of different users? Does your system treat all users equally? Could your AI unintentionally disadvantage a group? Next, ma'am. I have here a sample. A hiring AI trained only in a specific group may I intentionally favor certain applicants while excluding others. If your AI is not fair, it will amplify inequality instead of solving problems. Next, ma'am. Second is transparency. User need Users need to understand what your system does, how it makes decisions, why certain outputs are given. Next, ma'am. Guiding question. Can your user explain what your AI is doing? Or are your decision explainable? Or do users know when they are interacting with AI? I have sample. A health AI system should explain why this recommends a diagnosis, but not just give a result. Because people trust what they understand. Next, ma'am. Security. Now, AI systems often handle sensitive data, personal information, health records, financial data. Next, ma'am. Let's have a guide question. Is your data protected? Do you have safeguards against breaches? Is your system resilient to misuse or attacks? I have here sample. A data breach in a healthcare application that can expose sensitive patient information and cause serious harm. We have to take note that if your system is not secure, it puts users at risk. Let's connect everything together. You may have a powerful model, high accuracy, advanced features. But if your users do not trust your system, they will not use it because adoption is not driven by technology alone. It is driven by trust. Next, ma'am. In a ASEAN context perspective, this becomes even more important. Why? Because users have varying levels of digital literacy. Awareness of data privacy differs. Trust in technology is still developing in some communities. This means your responsibility is even greater. Next, ma'am. We have a common mistake to avoid. The many teams focus only features, performance, innovation. But forget to ask, is this safe? Is this fair? Can people trust this? Because responsible innovation, balancing innovation with responsibility means building a powerful solution while ensuring fairness and maintaining transparency and protecting users. At the end of the day, the success of your AI will not be measured by how advanced it is, but how much people trust and rely on it. And the best AI solutions are not just intelligent, they are responsible, trustworthy, and human centered. I have here mentor prompts that you may use using live. Ask your teams who might be negatively affected by your AI. Can users understand how your system works? Or how are you protecting users' data? Why should people trust your solution? Because I have here a responsible checklist that you may consider. I have here a responsible AI checklist for students in terms of fairness. Questions to answer. Is the dataset diverse and representative? Does your AI treat all users equality? And have your tested for bias in all inputs? Next, ma'am. For example, an Amazon AI hiring tool. Amazon developed an AI systems to screen job applicants. The system showed bias against women because it was trained on historical hiring data dominated by male candidates. The scenario is this. A company developed an AI system to screen job applicants. Over time, it was discovered that the system was biased against women. Because it was trained on the past hiring data dominated by men, here are the guided questions. What is the main ethical issues? Which principle was violated? It is fairness or inclusivity? Or what caused the bias? Can you go back, ma'am? Thank you. Or how could this happen or have been prevented? The lesson is bias in data leads to unfair decision in AI. Student reminder, if your data is biased, your AI will be biased. Thank you. Transparency, questions to answer. Can your user understand how AI works? Can you explain how decisions are made? Or do your user know they are interacting with AI? I have here sample. Facebook algorithm issues. Users were exposed to misinformation without understanding how content was prioritized, or lack of transparency to lead confusion and distrust. I have here scenario. Users mislead content without understanding how the algorithm selected and prioritized post. The lesson. If users do not understand your system, they won't trust it. Student reminder. People trust what they understand. Next, ma'am. In terms of security, is your user data encrypted or protected? Do you have safeguards against hacking or misuse? Are you minimizing the data collection? I have here a case study. A Equifax data breach. Scenario. Sensitive personal and financial data of millions of users was exposed due to weak cybersecurity measure. The guiding question. What risk did user face? What principles was violated? What is lesson? Weak security can cause serious harm to users. Student reminder. If your system is not secure, it is not safe to use. Let's go to accountability in terms of responsibility and ownership. Questions that need to answer. Who is responsible if your AI makes a mistake? Do you have a way to correct errors? Or can user report issues? I have here a sample. Next, ma'am. Grab self-driving incident. We have a scenario. An autonomous vehicle failed to detect a pedestrian, resulting in a fatal accident. Guiding question. What went wrong in the system? Who is responsible in these situations? What safeguards should have been in place? Or how can AI system ensure safety? The lesson here, an AI systems must have clear accountability and human oversight. A student reminder, AI does not remove responsibility, it increases it. Next, inclusivity. Can people with low digital literacy use your system? Or does your solution work for underserved communities? Or are you excluding any group unintentionally? I have here sample. A Google image recognition bias. Scenario. Early system misidentified people with darker skin tones. The lesson is lack of inclusivity that leads to unfair and harmful outcomes. A student reminder, design for everyone, not just for people like you. Next is impact long-term effect. Could your AI be misused? Does it create unintended negative consequences? Does it align with ethical standards and societal values? Next, please. In Mapua, Malayan analytical scandal, the scenario is the data was used to influence voter behavior without consent. The lesson is AI can be used for manipulation if not ethically guided. A student reminder, just because you can build it doesn't mean you should. The true success, the final reminders for a student, the true success of your AI is not just in what it can do, but in how responsibly it does it. The final challenge. You will be selected, or soon we will be selected, top 20 teams. As we approach in the final stage, I want to leave you with a challenge. This is not just about algorithms, models, or accuracy scores. Set the vision. Today, I challenge you to think bigger. Not only what your AI can do, but what it can achieve in the real world. Challenge point. Show human impact. First, show human impact. How your AI can change lives. Who benefits from your solution? How does it improve daily struggles? Think beyond technology. Think people, communities, and society. I have sample. A flood maybe alert system that warns families in rural Indonesia, saving lives. An educational AI that helps rural students in Cambodia that access learning content previously unavailable. Your audience should feel the impact of your AI, not just see numbers on the slides. Challenge point number 2. Show scalability across ASEAN. Show us how it can scale across ASEAN. Can your AI adapt to different countries, languages, and regulation? Can it function in both rural or urban areas? Can it handle the diverse infrastructure and digital maturity levels across the nation or the region? I have here samples that we can relate. A mobile-first agricultural AI that works for rice farmers in Thailand and Vietnam with offline functionality for regions with limited connectivity. Remember this, your solution should not only work in your local context. It should be ASEAN ready. Third point or challenge point. Show us how it creates lasting impact. Can it be sustainable financially, technically, and socially? Can it continue benefit communities long after deployment? Does it contribute to regional priorities and sustainable development goals? I have here sample. Health AI integrated with the government programs in the Philippines that continues to support community clinics even after the pilot phase. Remember this. People will remember the difference your AI makes, not just the code you write. Let's take a moment to reflect on the bigger picture. The future of ASEAN will not be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by people like you, like us, who understand how to harness technology responsibly, create, creatively, and thoughtfully. I would like to define the challenge, emphasizing the context, inspiring action, encourage and excitement. Define the challenge. Using technology is not enough. What truly matters are knowing how to use it to solve the right problems. Are you addressing urgent regional challenges like climate resilience, access to education, or healthcare? Or are you designing solutions that are inclusive, fair, and accessible? Because defining the challenge is knowing how to use it to solve the right problems. Next, ma'am. Emphasizing context. And it's not just about solving any problem. It's about solving them for the right communities. Communities that are often overlooked, people facing structural and digital barriers, regions where the impact could truly transform lives. Because your AI solutions must reflect empathy, cultural awareness, and practical adaptivity across Asia. Again, emphasizing context for the right communities. Inspiring action. Next, ma'am. Today, the future starts with you. Your ideas, your creativity, your dedication will help shape a better ASEAN. Whether it is helping a farmers adapt to climate change, students access quality education, or communities prepare for disaster, your AI can make a difference in terms of inspiring actions. Encourage and excitement. So as you move forward, remember this. Focus on human impact. Think about regional scalability. Ensure long-term sustainability. We're not just excited to see what your AI can do. We're excited to see how it can change lives in encourage and excitement. Good luck to each of you. Your journey doesn't end here. It starts here. Let's make the future of ASEAN inclusive, innovative, and human-centric. With that, thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ivana, for that insightful and inspiring session. Your discussion truly highlighted the importance of aligning technological innovation with human needs, something that will be essential as our participants begin developing their solutions. We will now open the floor for a short question and answer session. For our online participants, you may type your questions in the chat box or raise your virtual hand if you would like to ask your question live. Anyone? Anyone from the live stream? I'm also monitoring your comments.
There is a question, ma'am, if the file was presented to be sent in the group or not.
That will be up to the P2A, sir. Anyone? From our on-site students? Yes, ma'am. You can just speak up or you can just stand there.
Hello po, good evening. Ay, good morning. Ay, good evening. Ay,
Hello po, good morning, sir. So our particular problem po dwells on public health and telemedicine. One issue that we experienced was that ensuring that our AI or our model does not encroach upon or does not violate any medical issues or ethical issues. Is there any uh, is there any path or advice you can give us to ensure that we are not potentially endangering patients or potential patients while giving them while still utilizing AI in the public health and telemedicine?
Thank you for that question. Um, Anchor your system on principles similar to healthcare ethics, such as safety first to avoid, of course, risky and unverified outputs. You can also provide transparency that makes it clear it's an to make it clear it's not an AI. Okay, accountability. Maybe someone must be responsible for decisions. This may also align with the frameworks like World Health Organization that guidance you on an AI in health. Some of course also limiting what AI is allowed to do. Don't let it freely generate medical advice without boundaries. Provide maybe general information, not a diagnosis. Or add clearly disclaimers, maybe consult a licensed professional like that. And ensuring your data quality and bias control because bad data is equivalent to dangerous outcomes. I I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Urbano. Anyone who would like to ask their question?
Hi, ma'am. Good
Yes,
morning from PUP Manila.
morning, sir.
We have one question here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my question would be related to in a business context. So, during the talk, it was highlighted that it must be for the common good of the people and considering their daily lives. But that would affect the sustainability of the system that we're going to build. Are we being encouraged to pursue B2C or we can pursue B2B? That's all. Thank you.
Hello. In the business context, emphasizing maybe a common good, absolutely it may affect sustainability of the B2B or business to business relationship. And in the most cases, it affects positively when done strategically. The common goods may be or means creating value not only for profit, but also for customers, partners or partner companies, employees, society, and environment. In B2B, this means both organizations work toward shared long-term value, not just short-term value, not transactions that we do have. How it will affect at B2B sustainability, it builds long-term trust. Okay, B2B partnership survive because of trust. When a company shows responsibility and care for broader impact, partners are more likely to stay. I give you sample. For example, a software vendor that prioritize data security and ethical AI that becomes more trusted long-term partner. It is strengthening the sustainability through what? Contract renewals, repeat business, and strategic alliances. I give you another one that affects B2B sustainability. It improves reputations and brand value. In the business we prepare to work with the organizations that align with their values. For example, I give you one. Green supply chains, responsible of AI systems, or transparent governance. This makes partnerships more stable and scalable. I I hope I answered your question.
Considering that it is your recommendation to do uh, somehow a hybrid kind of approach, and if we're going to build it for the people, should we pursue B2G to C?
Okay. Uh, to answer that, um, instead of starting directly with companies, the idea, for example, start with people, scale to businesses. Build value and trust with individual users, that B2C, right? And prove impact, especially social or public good. Then, why this work? B2C builds credibility first. When real people use your product and benefit from it, you generate data, feedback, and proof of impact. You show that your solution actually works in real life. Example, a health AI app helping individuals manage wellness. They need to prove usability and safety. And your question is the common good becomes your value propositions. If your system promotes public health, ethical AI, and accessibility, then your business will see you as a low risk and socially aligned and future ready. This aligns actually global directions that we do have that focus digital health na meron that we do have. And once the transition between B2B, once validated, you need to move forward with the hospitals, LGUs, and enterprise and NGUs that you do have. And now your pitch will maybe becomes like this. We already have number of users, improved outcomes. Let's scale the impact with your organization. This is where B2C proofs strengthen B2B sustainability. Thank you.
Uh, just to clarify everything that you've said, I just want to synthesize it. So you're you're saying that uh, B2C would create traction that we can use to pursue much more sustainable connections with B2B and B2G. Is that correct?
Yeah, as or simple as people first innovation model, B2C to B2B. Start by solving real problems at an individual level that generates validated impact and scale through institutional partnership that ensured you sustainability through trust, ethical alignment, and shared value creations. Thank you.
Thank you po.
We have another question from Indonesia. I think it's Universitas Islam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning and exquisite morning. I am Neil Preach Akzon, representing the SMCL Angelic Innovators of St. Michael's College of Laguna, Philippines. So thank you, sir, for your talk earlier. And we have reflected so much that we have absorbed your teachings and I am honored to ask my question. So in the context of our proposed or aimed AI solution, which is powered by computer vision and detecting and classifying fatigue of our subjects or humans or people, we have reflected on the on the on the thoughts or the idea that we have to take into account that we have to design a flexible and culturally sensitive solution. And we realize that there are Asian countries that um, in that follows their church practices or religion, including the ones wearing hijab. But in our proposed AI solution, we actually require detecting the face and the head and upper body, which limits us to that extent that we can extract the features in their face. So we come into this limitation that how do you think we can address or what are the proper steps that we can implement in respect to data privacy and data ethical considerations, knowing that we have to respect their religion, that they can't reveal their face in this context. Will it enough or will it suffice that we ask our users for just a simple consent form, or are there any other alternatives that we can further apply?
Thank you for that question. Maybe I will going to answer first the apply by privacy by design. Instead of collecting everything and protecting later, minimize from the start. The key practices maybe you could uh, rely on is process the data on device. Avoid storing images or extract features, then discard frames that we don't have. And of course, no facial recognition or identifying linking. This aligns with the principles maybe of a global AI ethics standards. Or make it culturally adaptive. Very important in ASEAN. This is designed multiple modes. So your user can choose based on comfort. Mode A, for example, full face, higher accuracy or explicit consent. Partial face, maybe in a mode B, or eyes only. Or maybe mode C, no camera at all. Disrespect actually the diverse practices across ASEAN countries, including religious considerations. Or do not hide the camera usage. Or users must clearly understand what is being captured, the face or the upper body, and why. Diba? There's a fatigue detection only, and how long the data is used. Ideally, real-time only or noise storage. Or include the opt-in or not automatic or easy opt-out anytime. Or just a clearly user interface indicators when camera is active. So I think that is actually can do. Thank you.
We'll take that into account. Thank you so much, sir, for
Thank
that
you.
information. Thank you po.
We have Yunus University from Indonesia. They're raising their hand.
Okay. Good afternoon for every representative there is in the Zoom call. So please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Leandro, representing Binus University from Indonesia. So I want to ask Sir Theodore for regarding about the localization of for language in each country. So sir, if we want to launch our software or model globally into the world, should we localize into all available language or prioritize a subset with a better or higher impact based on the user demand, market size, or return on investment maybe? For example, should we start with high impact languages like English, Mandarin, and Spanish, similar to how Google and Microsoft expand language support incrementally, or aim for broad multilingual coverage from day one to maximize accessibility? That's all for my question. Thank you very much.
Um, okay. English is useful for early adopters, technical partners, and investor. But the real impact, especially in ASEAN, public health context, local languages, drive trust and usage. So your beach launch can be English, a few high impact language. Prioritize maybe language strategically, not emotionally. You can pick based on, of course, for the context, strong early set, maybe a global access for a business or English first. And then maybe you could adapt local languages that gives you both regional depth and scalability. For me, do not hardcore English into your system. Build language packs. Separate the code, maybe flexible UI or modular prompts that makes scaling cheaper later po.
Okay, we'll take that answer. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir.
We have another question from, I think this will be the last one, from Universitas Islam Indonesia. They're raising their hands.
Can you hear my voice? Hello, can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Yeah. Communication skills about more on sa lahat walang tingala ako para perfect na doon mo wonder kung sense mo ang ano ka tao doon mo side ko side very observant daan ka tao. Good evening. I just want to ask a simple question. You mentioned before about the importance of the solution to be inclusive, but the reality of some projects that you should target a certain group for it to be more implementable. So what is the fine line between, for example, if you specify the group, when does the solution become exclusive? So does the solution, is it important for it to include every single segment, or actually focusing in one group is fine, or some certain segment, I mean, thank you.
I'm not sure if I get it right, your questions, but if your question is focusing on the divine segment, I think, or the challenge of inclusivity. If that will be your questions, because I didn't get it clearly, but I will try to answer it. The challenge of inclusivity when you expand multiple segments from the different cultures, like camera sensitivity, maybe religious norms, different physical features that affect computer vision and accuracy in different environment. This actually affects model performance or your user experience, and maybe ethical considerations that may result longer development timeline, that may be like lighting and postures and device usage. If I get it right, your questions about inclusivity, because the right approach, stage inclusivity, can control target group. You may use one or two maybe primary users to optimize the privacy, and of course limited supports, and that reliable on a proof of concept maybe. So I think if I get your questions, that will be my answer. Thank you. If you're
Sorry.
pertaining to
Yes.
inclusivity, am I getting it right? I'm sorry. It's the question is not clearly actually.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I meant, for example, when you mentioned inclusivity, you said that, for example, it has to include urban areas and rural areas, and those sometimes those segments are contradicting. So my point is, if the project or solution focused on one certain segment or two or more segments, is it considered as exclusion, or is it still inclusive, basically?
Mhm. Okay. Understanding the urban and rural gap. For example, your design, or even if you launch with the one segment that builds feature that supports maybe loss resource mode that we do have, um maybe we could use that, could be also possible, I think. Even the inclusivity or urban and rural areas that your projects may be focused on, that considering the the inclusivity. For me, it's segment first, but inclusion ready. Start with the clear target group, but design the system so it can expand to both urban and rural contexts without redesigning everything. I think that will be the solution for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who shared their questions. I know there are a lot more questions coming in, but I think we are going to have a break before the second workshop. So once again, thank you to everyone who shared their questions. Before we conclude, we kindly ask all participants and viewers to scan the QR code that is flashed on your screens. This will be used for the issuance of your e-certificates. we would like to apologize. We are seeing a lot of raised hands and more questions from our group chat, but we cannot entertain them due to time constraints. Once again, thank you very much for joining workshop one. The second workshop is scheduled for 1 p.m. Vietnam time or 2 p.m. in the Philippines. This workshop will be hosted by the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Participants may access the session using the same Zoom link and the YouTube live streaming link. Once again, this is Cinderella from Mapua Malayan Colleges, Laguna. Let's innovate, collaborate, and build a more resilient ASEAN. Good luck, everyone, and see you all at the next workshop.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me from the virtual sound? Okay, I think all good. So, pagbati mula sa Pilipinas, welcome here to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And today, we are on the part 2 of our event. All good? May we ask the P2A Secretariat to allow our PUP account to share the screen later so that we will have a smooth transition for the presentation of our four speakers later. The PUP2 account? Yeah, okay. All right, once again, we virtually welcome you to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines with the vision of being the leading comprehensive polytechnic university in Asia. And in an Asian region that believes in the power of AI collaboration, we are the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. And we present to you today the Asean AI Hackathon 2026. I know we just had our lunch this afternoon, and in Filipino culture, we always have that siesta time after lunch break. I'm not pretty sure about our neighboring country or fellow siblings if they do have the same activity. But speaking of those in different cultural differences, of course, we always see the silver lining towards it, and that's why we need to harmonize as one region, promoting collaboration and AI contribution to the progressive development in the world. Now, without further ado, we will start. We prepared 4 topics for this afternoon. We have the technical architecture walkthrough, the guided mini workshop, and the data strategy and ethics, and a design thinking. I know that we kind of feel sleepy right now, but we prepared a knowledge-dense information that is really vital and helpful to all of you in preparation for the AI Hackathon, who will be the finalist or who will be the winner of this year's AI Hackathon 2026. Well, I don't want to take much of your time, so let's start the lecture part 1. May I call on the Chief of the Center of Futures Innovation under the Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation, or RISFI, Dr. Robert G. De Luna. Let's give him a warm virtual applause, please. May we request to share our screen, please? To the P2A Secretariat. It's disabled right now. Okay. Is it okay now, Ma'am Marife? It's still disabled. I think it's the Hub Philippines PUP1. PUP2, okay. It's still disabled. Calling the P2A Secretariat, please kindly allow us to share the screen so we can start the afternoon session. There you go, perfect.
Okay, so good day everyone. Welcome to workshop number 2, where we'll be discussing about designing responsible AI solutions. Particularly, we will be focusing on the technical architecture, the data strategy, and ethics for scalable ASEAN innovation. My name is Dr. Robert De Luna, and I'm a professor from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And it is truly an honor to be here with all of you today, especially seeing participants coming from different countries across ASEAN. So this makes the conversation even more meaningful because the solutions that you are going to build here have the potential to address real challenges across diverse communities. And in this session, we'll be discussing what I call the technical architecture walkthrough. So this is not just about understanding what an AI model is, but we'll be understand how to structure an AI system from the ground up. Because in real-world application, at least in the hackathon setting, success is not actually defined by how complex is your model is, but of course, by how well your system works as a whole. So, as we go through this session, I encourage everyone to think not only as developers or participants in this hackathon, but as a system designers who are building solutions that can scale, integrate, and create real impact. So with that, let's begin. Okay, so when we talk about artificial intelligence, especially in the hackathon setting like this, it's very easy to focus heavily on the model. So meaning, what algorithm are you going to use, what architecture you would try, and how to improve the performance of your model. But in reality, most AI projects do not fail because of the model. They fail because everything around the model. So let me walk you through some of the most common reasons why AI projects fail. So first is we have a weak data pipelines. So many teams, they collect their data, but they do not fully think about the consistency of their data, the pre-processing or the validation of their data. So remember, if your data is incomplete, very noisy, or constantly changing without control, your model actually will struggle no matter how advanced your model is. So in fact, unreliable data sets will lead you to unreliable output. And over time, the performance will degrade. Second reason is the poor system integration. A lot of AI solutions work well inside, for example, a notebook or a prototype environment. But when you try to connect your model to a real system, for example, integrating that in the APIs, databases, or application, it becomes now difficult. So, if your model cannot be integrated with existing systems, then your model cannot be used effectively. And if you cannot use your model, then therefore, your solution has no impact. Okay? So, third reason, no deployment plan. So, this is a very common failure in hackathons. So, most teams build something impressive, but it remains as a demonstration only. So, there is no clear pathway on how your solution will move into a real-world use. And without deployment planning, whether through cloud, through mobile, or through API, your AI system remains stuck in development. And fourth, lack of documentation. So even guys, if your system works, if your system is not properly documented, then it becomes very difficult to maintain, to scale, or even understand your model. Okay? So things like model cards, assumptions, limitations, this should be part of your design process. So they are very essential, especially when you are working in teams like this hackathon. So therefore, AI is not just about building models. It is about designing complete, reliable, and usable system. So as you go through this hackathon, we encourage you to think beyond just making your model work. You have to start thinking about how your entire system will function in the real-world setting. Okay, so as you can see here, we have here the AI architecture. So earlier, we discussed why AI projects fail. And if you recall, the reasons were not really, again, about the model itself. They were about having a weak pipelines, poor integration, lack of development or deployment planning, and even a missing documentation. So the question now is, how are you going to prevent those failures? So this is where the AI architecture comes in. So what are you seeing here is a structured view of how we design a robust AI system. So again, not just a model, but an entire ecosystem that works together. And I want you to notice something important here. This is not a linear process. So meaning it is a connected system. So where every component influence each other. So let me discuss first with the problem definition. So this anchors your entire project. So if your problem, again, is not clearly defined, then your data, your model, and even your output will not be aligned. So this is actually one of the hidden reasons why many AI projects fail. So next is the data pipeline. So this directly addresses one of the failures we mentioned earlier, having a weak data pipeline. So here, we ensure that your data is properly collected, properly cleaned, and properly prepared. So because again, no matter how powerful your AI model is, if you have a poor data, it will always lead to poor results. Then we move to model selection. So this is where most hackathon teams spend a lot of time, okay? Especially if you are developing an AI solution. But in reality, model selection is only one piece of the system. So meaning, the model should be chosen based on the problem, based on your data, and it should not be chosen the other way around. So after that, we also have the system workflow. So this is where we avoid another common failure, which is the poor integration. So in here, we have to design how the components will interact to each other, how inputs are being processed, and how outputs are generated, and how everything connects together. So next is deployment. So this directly addresses the issue of having no deployment plan. So your solution must move beyond the prototype. So therefore, you need to think early on, where will this system run? Are you going to run the system in the cloud? Are you going to run the system using mobile or using the API? Okay? And the next, documentation. Again, one of the major reasons project failed. Without proper documentation, your system becomes difficult to maintain, difficult to scale, or even difficult to understand in the future. And lastly, we have the ethical governance. So that ensures that your AI system is not only functional, but also responsible. So we have to promote a responsible AI. So it addresses fairness, transparency, and real-world impact. So if you connect this back again to the previous slide we discussed earlier, you will notice something very important here. Each failure we discussed earlier is actually solved by properly designing each component of this architecture. So that is why in this session, I want you to shift your mindset from just building a model to designing a complete, reliable, and responsible AI system. Okay? So next, now that we understand the importance of having a complete AI architecture, let's go back to the very first component we discussed earlier, which is problem definition. But this time, I want to emphasize something more specific. So it is not enough to just define the problem, but you must also constrain the problem. Why? Because in a real-world AI, and especially in the hackathon setting like this, you are always working with limitations. Now, let me introduce the constraining of the problem you have in your AI. So first, users and decision makers. At the end of the day, your AI system is not just solving technical problem. Our main goal, of course, is to support people. So you need to ask, who will use your system? Is it for engineers? Is it for business users? Is it for government agencies? Is it for students? And etc. And more importantly, how will your output influence their decision? Because if your system produces results that are technically correct, but not usable or understandable, then again, the impact is very limited. Okay? So next constraint is about computational resources. So this is something you really need to be realistic about in the development of your AI model. Especially, again, we are in the setting of the hackathon. So you have to ask, is your group have access to GPUs? Are you using cloud services? Do you have a budget constraint? Okay, so because sometimes teams choose very complex model without realizing that they cannot actually run them efficiently. So the key idea here is you have to match your AI model complexity with what your infrastructure can support. Another is time constraint. In this hackathon, you are working with a very tight timeline, right? So you need to balance speed and also quality of your output. So you cannot aim for perfection, of course, but you can aim for a working and well-structured solution that you can improve iteratively. So that mindset is very important, okay? And finally, ethical and regulatory considerations. So this is something that we cannot ignore, especially when designing AI systems that may affect real people. So you need to think about the data privacy, the fairness, the transparency, and the compliance guidelines. Especially, guys, that within the ASEAN context, where different countries may have different policies and sensitivities. So you have to think of that ethical and, of course, regulatory considerations. So when we put all this together, constraining the problem is not just about, again, narrowing the scope. It is more on aligning our solution with the people who will use our system, the resources that we have, the time available, and also the ethical responsibilities involved. Why? Because when all these are aligned, your solutions becomes not only feasible, but also relevant, usable, and responsible. Okay? So let us understand the input and the output for your AI system. So meaning, so far we already know what we want to solve and what our limitations are. So the next step is to clearly understand something very fundamental in AI system. What goes in and what comes out. Okay? So because every AI system, no matter how complex, is essentially a transformation process. What does it mean? It will take the input, you need to process the input, and then definitely you will produce an output. Okay? So let's start with the input. Okay? As you can see here, we have here the structured data. So structured data are the data that are already organized. It could be in a form like spreadsheets, databases, or the CSV files. So essentially, these data have rows and columns, and they are relatively easier to process. And the second is unstructured data. So that includes text, images, audios, videos. So those inputs are more complex because they do not follow a fixed format. So that is why they usually require more pre-processing before you can use that in your AI model. So therefore, you need to identify whether your input is a structured or unstructured data, because that is very important, okay? Because the type of input that you have in your AI will heavily influence your entire pipeline, from pre-processing to model selection, and even it will influence your deployment. So now let's move to the output. So your output, again, you can have three common types of output here. The first one is the label. So they are being used in classification tasks for your AI model, like, for example, spam detection, sentiment analysis, or even object recognition. And the second type of your output could be a numeric value. So it could be an output of the regression models of your AI, such as predicting prices, predicting scores, or probabilities. And the third output could be a generated content. So this is what we often see in the generative AI that produces text, images, or even audio or video based, of course, on the given prompt. So, understanding your input and output, again, is very important. If your inputs are not clearly defined, then definitely your output will also be unclear. And if your outputs are not aligned with your problem, that even technically correct system will become useless. So, when designing your solution, always ask, what exactly is your input? Okay? And what form does it take? And what kind of output do I really need? Because once these two questions or three questions are clearly defined, everything else in your architecture becomes much easier to design. Inputs and outputs are not just abstract concept. They actually define your architecture for your AI solution, and that depends on the domain you are working in. In here, you can see three common domains that you will likely encounter in this hackathon: the machine learning, the natural language processing, and even computer vision. So first, machine learning, particularly the traditional machine learning. In that case, your input is usually structured data. For example, you have a sensor data or telemetry data. Then you process that data using models like, for example, random forest or XGBoost, and the output is typically a prediction, such as probability of failure. So in machine learning, everything is very data-driven and numerical. So let's consider now the natural language processing. So here, the input is very different. So this time, your input is unstructured text, like user query or a message. And because of that, the models are also different. Okay? So in here, you are expected to use a transformer-based models or even large language models or LLM. And in here, the output is no longer just a number. It becomes generated text, like, for example, a response from the chat bot. So you can already see how the type of input directly affects the type of model that you are going to use and the type of output that you are going to produce. And finally, we have here the computer vision. In this domain, the input usually comes in the form of images or video streams. So you have to process these images or video streams using deep learning models like the convolutional neural networks or using the pre-trained vision models. And how about your output? It could be something like object detection, the bounding boxes, or even metrics like, for example, calculating the traffic density. Okay? So what does it mean? Different domains require different architectural patterns. But to tell you, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. So the moment you define your input and your expected output, you are already shaping your architecture. You are shaping the pipeline and even the tools that you are going to use to develop your AI solution. So, as you work on your project, again, always think, what kind of data am I dealing with? And what kind of output do I need to deliver? Because, again, if these two are very clear in your end, then therefore, your design considerations become much more guided and much more effective. Now, to help you decide, let us understand again the input and output according to the problem types and the constraint. Building from our previous discussion on input and output across different domains, let us consider this slide in a more practical view, especially in the context of this hackathon. In reality, once you identify your problem type, you also need to immediately consider the constraints that come with it. First, if your task is classification, this is where you categorize data into predefined classes, like, for example, identifying spam or not spam, or detecting whether an image contains a specific object. In terms of time, classification tasks are usually more manageable. So meaning you can quickly evaluate the performance of your model using metrics like accuracy, the F1 score, and etc. But in terms of computation, they typically require low to medium resources. So what does it mean? You can often run the classification AI model without a very powerful GPU. Okay? But when it comes to ethical consideration, you need to be careful about the so-called bias. For example, if your data set is not balanced across different groups, then your model may produce unfair result. So you have to consider that. Okay? So next task is about regression. So here, you are predicting a continuous values, for example, prices, score, probabilities. And from the time perspective, regression often requires iterative tuning. So you can adjust the features, you can test different models, and you can refine your approach multiple times. And for computation, it's still manageable, but you may start encountering memory constraints depending how large is your data set. And ethically, one thing to watch out for regression tasks is those called outliers, because extreme values can significantly affect your prediction, and that will lead to a misleading output. Okay? And lastly, for the problem type generation, this is where things become more complex. You are not just predicting, you are actually creating a content like a text, an image, or a video. So in terms of time, that often involves longer training for your AI model or inference cycle, especially if you are building or fine-tuning models. And for computation requirement, this is usually the most demanding, okay, tasks. Many generative models require significant GPU resources. And from an ethical and regulatory standpoint, there are important concerns such as content moderation, misinformation, and even intellectual property issues. So what are we trying to imply in this discussion? Different problem types do not just differ in outputs. They come with different technical, operational, and ethical challenges. And this is very important in hackathon setting because sometimes teams like you choose a problem that is too complex, okay, without considering whether it is feasible within the given time and given resources. So, as you decide on your project direction, always ask, is this problem type aligned with your constraints? Also, do you have the resources and time to execute that system properly? Remember, the best solutions are not just innovative, okay? Your solution should be achievable, well-scoped, and responsibly designed. Okay? So next, let's proceed now to designing a robust data pipeline. So remember, in our discussion earlier, one of the main reasons why AI project failed is because of weak data pipeline. So again, this is not optional, but a requirement. Okay? What you can see here is a typical flow for a robust data pipeline. So we start with the data collection. This is where all your data comes from, whether your data is structured or unstructured. Then, at this stage, one important thing you have to remember, guys, is the quality of your system will always depend on the quality of the data you collect. Okay? Next is data cleaning. In reality, data is never perfect. Okay? You will encounter missing values, duplicates, and inconsistencies with your data. So here, you need to handle those issues, whether through imputation, filtering, or validation. Do not skip this step. Why? Because if you skip this step, your model will learn the noise from your data, and they cannot determine the pattern from your data. So next is cleaning. Data transformation. This is where you convert your data into format that the model can understand. For example, you need to encode categorical variables, you need to scale numerical values, or even standardize your features. So that step will ensure that your data becomes usable and consistent all throughout. Then we have the feature engineering. This is where you extract meaningful information from your data. You have to select relevant variables, create new features if needed, and analyze the importance of those features. In many cases, good feature engineering can improve your model more than simply changing the algorithms. And finally, data storage. Once your data is processed, you need to store your data, okay? So that it can be accessed, it can be reused, and it could be scaled. So you can use, for example, SQL databases, NoSQL system, etc., depending on your application, okay? So next, after the data pipelines, we will now proceed to model selection and strategy. So the next question now is what model you are going to use. And this is where many teams get very excited with their AI solution. But also, sometimes, it is also the part where you are actually committing wrong decision. Why? Model selection is not about choosing the most advanced. Take note of that. Okay? We're not looking the most advanced model in your AI. So it is about choosing the right model for your specific problem, specific data, and of course, your constraint. So as you can see here, for traditional machine learning, that includes linear regression, decision trees, and random forests, they are often underestimated. But to tell you guys, they are very powerful, especially when you're working with structured data. Okay? Also, these models can train faster, easier to interpret, and they require fewer computational resources. So therefore, in many hackathon scenarios, these models are actually very practical and effective choice for your solution. Then next, we have the deep learning, where you will be encountering neural network, the CNN, transformers, and etc. So these models, yeah, they are more powerful when we deal about the complex data, like the images, the text, the videos, and the audio. However, they also require more data, more tuning, and more computational power requirement. So again, that is a trade-off. You can gain performance using deep learning, but you also increase the complexity. And third, generative AI, that includes models like the GPT, diffusion models, and etc. So they are capable of creating new content like the text, the images, the audio, and the video. Yeah, they are very powerful, but also resource intensive. So they come with additional consideration like latency, the cost, and also the ethical implication. So what I'm trying to imply is that there is no best model, only the most appropriate model for your solution. Okay? And take note, sometimes the simplest model that works reliably is far better than a complex model that is difficult to train, to deploy, or to maintain. Okay? Now, in selecting, guys, your model, let us consider this slide. So let me emphasize, guys, that for every themes, do not reinvent the wheel. You do not always need to build everything from the scratch, okay? So let us consider this. We have here a comparison between traditional machine learning and the deep learning. So traditional machine learning, generally, they are faster to train, okay? They require lower computational requirement, easier to interpret. So that's why traditional machine learning are very practical, especially if you are dealing with structured data. On the other hand, the deep learning, they are more powerful for complex tasks, but they require longer training time. And also, they require higher computational costs and often harder to interpret. And in hackathon environment, that becomes very important. Because while deep learning can give you a strong result, it also comes with higher risk, especially if you do not have enough data, enough time, or enough computational resources. And again, sometimes choosing a simpler model is actually the smarter decision. Okay? Now, let us consider this slide on the right. So this is where modern AI becomes very exciting. So instead, guys, of building models from scratch, we now have an access to foundation models. So these are models that are already trained on a massive data set, basically millions of data set. And these models already contain what you can call the general intelligence. So what now is your job? Your job is do not recreate this, but you need to adapt this in your AI solution. Okay, so in this part of our slide, we have here the types of algorithm, and we have here the transfer learning. So on the left side, you can see again the three major categories: traditional machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI. So, for example, if your data is structured and your problem is straightforward, traditional machine learning might be the most efficient choice for your AI model. And if your data is complex, like images or text, then you can prefer the deep learning. But if your task involves creating content, then generative AI is your direction. Now, let's shift our focus to the right side of our slide. So this is called the transfer learning. So instead of building model from scratch, you can now use the foundational model, the general intelligence. Okay? So how you can apply this transfer learning? You can simply adapt that, fine-tune the model, okay, or using APIs directly, then apply that to your specific task in your hackathon. So instead of spending days creating or training your model from the scratch, you can implement the transfer learning, okay? So that you can focus on the design of your system, improve your pipeline, and you can refine more your output. So why do we need transfer learning? If you have limited training data, okay? Also, you can use the transfer learning if you have some complex architecture. You can use transfer learning also if there is some time constraint and if there is some problem about resources. So transfer learning, you can utilize that in your AI solution. Now, model selection and strategy. So for this one, the next question is, where do you get these models? Okay, and how do you use that model? So that usually comes down to two main approaches. You can use open source AI, or you can have a proprietary API. So let's start with the left side, the open source ecosystem. Open source AI refers to model, libraries, or platform that are open to access the code and the weights, which allows the public to modify and use that. So very common example is the TensorFlow for the framework, that is an open tool, the PyTorch, the Hugging Face Transformer, the Stable Diffusion, and so on. So the biggest advantage of AI, open AI, is the flexibility, okay? And in terms of cost, most of them, since open AI, they are often offered free, okay? And when it comes to use, you can have a bit more technical knowledge requiring you to use that AI. So you need to understand the deployment first, how to handle the model, and sometimes you have to encounter the machine learning ops practices. And for customization, that is very great because open source, you can have unlimited control over those open AI tools or framework. Next is the proprietary API. So this refers to a closed source model and software developed, but controlled by the specific organization. So common example are the Google Gemini, the OpenAI GPT, the IBM Watson, and etc. Now, the problem is, in terms of ease of use, it is very high. It's very easy to use. You can integrate that powerful model in your system within minutes using API. However, flexibility is limited, okay? And for the cost, normally, you need to pay per use of the model. So that is the disadvantage of those proprietary AI, okay? So you need to decide whether you will be utilizing the open source or you utilize the proprietary, okay? So next is, we have the system, workflow, and integration. So in here, You have a layer 1 user interfaces. So this is where users interact with your system. You need to develop that through dashboards, mobile apps, or web interfaces. And then also we have the layer 2, the API, which serves as the connector. So that it will allow different components to communicate with each other in your system. And lastly, the databases layer. This is where your data lives. So depending on your application, you can utilize different databases. And after you have this system workflow and integration, then you have here the deployment pathway for AI. You can deploy, guys, using the cloud. Okay? You can also deploy using Edge, or you can deploy using the API. So it's your option how to deploy your AI solution. Okay? Then next is, yan. For this one, this is actually a guide on how you can decide regarding your deployment, whether cloud, edge AI, or hybrid. In terms of latency requirement, yeah, the best thing is the edge AI. But for scalability, that is for cloud deployment. And for security, that is also for edge AI. But for this hackathon, we recommend you can utilize the hybrid API, okay, for your deployment. And next, this one is for the documentation, which is actually a problem why AI fails. So you need to document, guys, your AI model to ensure transparency, also to support reproducibility, and to facilitate collaboration, and of course, to come up with responsible AI solution. So this is an example on how you document, guys, your system. We have the so-called model card. So this is expected for every themes in the hackathon. Okay? What about the model cards? So this is expected that you have to indicate the purpose of your AI. So what model is designed to do? Who are the intended users? What is specific problem you are going to solve? So that is very important. Second is the performance metrics. How you evaluate the performance of your model. Okay? And the third, limitation. You have to be transparent about your system. If your system have limitations, then you have to take note that in your model card. Okay? And lastly, ethical consideration. If your guys' model have some bias, then you need to be transparent on that also. Okay? So, with that, let's now proceed to the technical roadmap of your AI system development. So, phase 1, you have to define your problem. Phase 2, strategize your data. Step 3 or phase 3, you develop your model. Step 4, you should have an integration of your system. Number 5, you need to deploy. And number 6, you need to monitor and maintain your AI solution. And with that, I'm ending, guys, my presentation, leaving you with this statement that your ideas only, or your ideas today can become the intelligent system that shape tomorrow's world. So you need to design your AI solution with purpose, responsibility, and vision. And remember, you build your AI solution wisely. So with that, we wish everyone good luck in the development of your AI solution. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. De Luna, for that sumptuous, knowledge-dense information about AI for technical architecture walkthrough. I know you have some questions, but the question and answer portion will be delivered after the speeches or the session of each 4 speakers that we have right now. So without further ado, may I call on the second speaker for the guided mini workshop for the Chief of the Center for Futures Training and Advocacy, Engineer Marife A. Rosales. Let's give her a big round of virtual applause, please.
Test mic. Test mic. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Engineer Marife Rosales from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I'm so excited to be your guide today for this mini-guided workshop on building a responsible machine learning predictive model. So for our demo later, we will conduct guided mini workshop for ASEAN education to predict the student dropout risk. So again, I'm Engineer Marife Rosales. You are all here for the ASEAN AI Hackathon, which means you are already thinking about using AI to solve real problems. This session is going to give you hands-on practice with one of the most important skills in that journey: how to build machine learning pipeline responsibly from data to decision. So we only have 25 minutes for this mini workshop. Our problem is to predict which ASEAN students are at risk of dropping out so schools can intervene early. So we have this task to be performed for 8 minutes. We have this AI blueprint to be filled out by each team. Then after that, we have 12 minutes to run the live machine learning demo. I will share the code and dataset later. And last, we have 5 minutes to somehow share your biggest insight, and we do a quick ethics audit. Before we begin, a quick note on the platform we will use today. Later, we will use Colab. And why Google Collaboratory? Because using Colab, no installation is needed, pre-GPU, and all libraries are pre-installed already, like Pandas, Scikit-learn, Matplotlib, and more. You just need a stable internet connection. For first-time user, go to your Drive and click New. You just need to have your Google account. Click New, More, and click Google Collaboratory. Or connect more apps and add the Google Colab. Okay? Please open your Colab now. We will be using it later. For step 1, fill in your AI project blueprint. Kindly scan the QR code for this step. Make a copy. The file name will be your team name, and please fill out. The link will be provided in our group chat box or the Zoom chat box. Kindly fill out. You have 8 minutes for this activity. For the blueprint, it has 8 fields. The problem statement, in one sentence, what problem are you solving and for whom? For example, in our demo later, how to predict the dropout risk for ASEAN students so schools can intervene early. Target users and context, which ASEAN community, what is their situation? For the AI inputs, what data goes into your system? For example, attendance rate, study hours. Basically, these are your independent variables or the features. For the AI outputs, this is your dependent variable, your target. What does your system produce? For example, we have binary prediction to predict if the student is at risk or not at risk or safe. Then what AI approach? As mentioned by Dr. De Luna earlier, you can use machine learning, NLP, computer vision, or hybrid. So in our today's demo, we will use machine learning for classification. How about the model and the data set to be used? Which pre-trained model or data set will you use? In our case, we will use random forest classifier kasi we have limited a time for the demo, and we will use data set of 2,000 ASEAN student records. And of course, do not forget the ethical risk. Name one ethical risk for your project. For example, in our data set, our data set may underrepresent students from rural areas, leading to biased predictions. And also, our data set is somewhat imbalanced. And of course, you need to address that. You need to medicate that. How will your team address it? Example, you can collect more data set and test the performance of your model per class. Okay, kindly access the template, the AI blueprint, and fill out the information regarding your AI hackathon project. You have, I think, 3 to 5 minutes only. I hope everyone can access the link and hope you can accomplish it. And you will use it during your pitching. I believe this is very usable later. Do not forget to make a copy and rename it with your team name. So the time now here in Philippines, 2:53 p.m. So we will stop that, what? 2:55. So you have until 3 p.m., right? Sir Erwin, kindly check the drive if they make a copy. Thank you. Yan, that's it. So currently we have many groups na, no? Yeah. Three minutes left. Two minutes left for this activity. Hello, where to submit the AI project blueprint? Just make a copy in that folder. The file name will be your team name. Okay, everyone, wrap up your blueprints. Save your copy. You will use this as your project framework during the main hackathon pitch. Now, let us move to the live demo. Okay, for the next activity, for the live machine learning pipeline demo, you need to follow me using Colab or in Colab. Scan the QR code for the dataset and code. I think your Colab is already open right now. Then follow the demo. The code and dataset link is also sent via chat box. In this demo, we will use this pipeline. As discussed earlier, we have this first step, the loading of the dataset. We will use the 2,000 ASEAN students' information. Then we will perform EDA, or the exploratory data analysis, and the visualization. Then we have this pre-processing and data splitting. Then model training, and of course, the model evaluation and prediction of new data. Let's go to the Google Collaboratory. I'm going to open my program. So this program is also shared to the QR code or link provided in our chat box. Kindly make a copy or open this program. So this is an interactive Python notebook using Google Collaboratory. No need to install other Python platform. So this is about building a responsible machine learning predictive model for ASEAN education. Our problem, of course, is to predict which students in ASEAN countries are at risk of dropping out, so schools can intervene early. Please open the program. Let us walk through each of the steps together. Run the cells as I narrate. Of course, for step number 1, you need to check if all packages and libraries are available. Pero since we're using Colab, I think it is pre-installed in Google Colab. So we will use Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Seaborn, and others. Please run the cell. You will see all the libraries loading, the Pandas, NumPy, Scikit-learn, Matplotlib, and Seaborn. So the libraries are already loaded. Then step 2, we need to import or load the dataset. So again, our dataset is composed of 2,000 ASEAN student records, and it is a CSV file. So it is composed of 19 features. Load the dataset from the Google Drive. So click or run the cell. You just need to give what? Authentication. If you are first-time user of Colab, you need to link it with your Google Drive or with your Google account. As you can see, our dataset is composed of 2,000 rows by 19 columns, meaning we have 2,000 samples and what? And 19 features. Notice the proportion of at-risk student. It is not 50-50. So run this cell. Then, as you can see, the at-risk class is composed of 1,112 samples, while the not risk or safe is composed of 888 samples. So we have unbalanced number of dataset per class. Step number 3, we have this exploratory data analysis. Just run the cell. You will see the 6 visualizations of dropout rate by region, the internet access versus the risk or the dropout risk, the attendance, patterns, and more. So this is the visualization or the graph of dropout risk by region, internet access versus dropout risk and others. This EDA step is very critical. Do not skip EDA. The patterns here will help you during your feature selection somehow. Also, run you need to get the correlation heat map. Run the cell. Look for numeric features that has strong correlation with the target or the dropout risk. For example, we have the dropout risk, which is strongly correlated with the attendance rate. I hope you can follow. Then, let us proceed to step 4, the pre-processing and data splitting. Run the cell. This one. We do 2 things here. Number 1, the label encoding. We convert all categorical data into numeric data. For example, of categorical features, we have region, gender, and others. We need to convert categorical data to numeric data so the Python can analyze it. And of course, we perform the stratified 80-20 data splitting. So we have 80% data set for training and 20% for testing. We also drop the student ID feature since it carries no predictive information and would confuse the model later. Okay, now let us proceed to model development, or we call it training. Run this cell. So we have this train, the random forest classifier. Since we have this limited time, I just use random forest classification algorithm, okay, with 100 decision trees. Run this cell. Our model is random forest classifier with 100 decision trees. Notice the parameter class weight equals balance, this one. This handles the class imbalance we saw earlier, right? Diba we have unbalanced sample per class. Without it, the model could just predict not at risk for every and still score high accuracy, which would be useless and potentially harmful to real students who need intervention. Now, we are done with our training. Model training is done already. Now, let us evaluate the model. I hope everyone can follow. Run the cell. And you will see the accuracy, the classification accuracy of the trained model. And of course, the full classification report composed of precision, recall, and F1 score by class. For example, our classification accuracy is 85.25% only. So of course, there is room for improvement. You can do retraining, you can add additional data set, you can use other machine learning classification algorithms, or you can do optimization to improve the performance of the model. And of course, we have this classification report, we have this precision, recall, F1 score, and support. And please take note, we have this feature importance, the graph of this feature importance. This is very important also for you to know the top predictors or the top features that has highly correlated, or these findings can directly inform school intervention policy. What I mean is that features are highly correlated with the target or the dropout risk. For example, we have this attendance rate, study hours per day, household income level, and others. Okay, for next step, since we build the model, we already evaluated and validated the model, we can use the trained model or the developed model to predict a new student information, using new student information. We can use the trained model to predict using new student information. So I included here all the features we use during training. You can vary this one and check the output, the result of the model, the output of the model. For example, the region is 2, 2 meaning Philippines, school type 1 is private, then we have this attendance rate of 65. You can change these parameters later. Then you can check if the output will change also. Okay, so basically, we are now testing the trained model using new data, using unseen data. Run the cell, and based on the output, the student prediction, the result is at risk. The confidence is 91.4%. You can vary the parameters. Okay? I hope you can follow. Okay, for example, you can try to change the drop attendance from 70 to 50, or you try 100%. Does the prediction change? This builds intuition per model sensitivity. Actually, this process, this is also how you explain AI to non-technical stakeholders through stories about individual predictions. And lastly, I already included here the checklist for responsible AI. Just run this one. This is the last part, and I think this is very important one. You need to check if your trained model is use responsible AI. These are the checklists for responsible use of AI regarding data, model, and system. Before deploying any AI system, answer the following. Is data represented by all groups? Has bias been tested by gender, region, income? Is there human supervision? A model that works well on average but performs poorly for students from rural areas is not a responsible model. Yan. So I think the workshop regarding the live demonstration in creating machine learning model is already completed. Now you can apply or use this pipeline for your hackathon AI project. Okay, let's proceed to step 3 for this workshop, the team share out and responsible AI checklist. Share in 2 minutes. I'm going to call team volunteer, maybe two teams to share. What AI approach did you choose for your hackathon project? What is your one biggest ethical risk? And how do you plan to address it? Who want to volunteer? Sir Erwin, kindly assist. I need to, please go to our, on-site participants and ask them to answer these 2 questions. For number 1, what AI approach did you choose for your AI hackathon project?
Hello. I think we don't have, do we have a virtual volunteers in Zoom? Just raise your hands or unmute it if you want to share your thoughts
Regarding these 2 questions.
so that we can gauge whether you did the right thing on this workshop. Any volunteers here in PUP Manila who wants to share their thoughts? Any volunteers? Okay, we have one volunteer here. Stand up, state your team name and your answer.
I'm from Code to Learn AI. So for our AI approach, we've chosen natural language processing.
NLP, yeah. What's your data set?
Dataset would be LUMED phrases. Because
You-
we are
Human praises.
Lumad phrases.
Okay, nomad praises. Okay. For what particular application?
We are planning to build a learning platform that is centric to Lumad people and indigenous people.
Okay, thank you for that. How about for question number 2? What is your one biggest ethical risk? What do you think?
We haven't gotten, we haven't had the chance to fill up that portion.
Okay, okay. Kindly accomplish later. Okay, thank you for that. How about other volunteer? One more
All
before
right,
we
thank
proceed.
you. Any other volunteers? It's actually an opportunity to check whether your output is correct or not. So take this opportunity and chance. Do we have some volunteer online? Or here in PUP Manila? Anyone? Any thoughts?
Afternoon po.
Good afternoon. All right, we have a
Yeah,
volunteer here.
go
Go ahead,
ahead.
po.
And an exquisite afternoon. I am Neil from Angelic Innovators of St. Michael's College of Laguna, Philippines. So our AI approach and our proposed AI solution or AIM AI solution is that we utilize deep learning computer vision approach in our Fatigue AI powered by transfer learning techniques.
Learning. What's your
Yeah.
data set? Thank you for
Uh,
that. What's your data set?
our data set would be comprised of online source pictures and videos, images, and video streams for Fatigue AI. And our purpose is that we aim to detect and classify fatigue levels. And so our identified, we believe that our biggest ethical risk would be that when our prototype runs, there would be uh, an idea that we might be running a program that could be misunderstood and could that is related to privacy and potential for unintended surveillance because this is computer vision, and that since it is a continuous running video input to detect fatigue, our users may feel that they are being monitored or recorded. And so we are challenged to assure them that they are not at risk and their data is not collected, but instead only temporary and not stored permanently. And their facial features are not used in any purpose aside from our real-time cognitive detection, fatigue detection.
Okay. Thank you for that. I hope you can mitigate that. I hope you can address that as you develop your AI project for this hackathon. Thank you. Now, let's move on to this responsible AI checklist. These 4 items are your minimum ethical standard before any system goes into deployment or production. Is your dataset representative of all groups you are serving? Have you tested for bias across gender, region, and income? Are your data sources licensed and documented? And is there a human review layer? Someone who validates the AI output or decision? Every ethical risk, like bias, privacy, consent, you must already know how to address it. So you need to learn data strategy and ethical consideration in using AI. So far, what we have accomplished, you have this collab notebook composed of 8 steps with code ready to customize for your AI project. You have your AI blueprint, your project framework. You can use it during your final pitch. And of course, we have this ethics checklist. Review and address it. I hope you can mitigate those ethical issues or risks during or while you are doing your hackathon project. So with that, I want to leave this message. AI is only as responsible as the team that builds it. With that, thank you and good luck to all.
All right. Thank you so much for that ecstatic and very interactive session, Engineer Rosales. And we learned actually with that guided mini shop, we learned something that is really helpful as you prepare for the hackathon presentation of your pitch. Now, to supplement that idea, may we call on the data strategy and ethics speaker, the director of the Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation, Engineer Orlan D. Tobola. Let us give him a big round virtual applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mabuhay Sinta. Welcome to the Philippines. My name is Orlan Delfino Tobola. I am the Associate Professor and Director of the Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation of Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And for the next 25 minutes, I want to talk to you about something that will matter far more to your hackathon entry than your model architecture, your dataset size, or your front-end design. I want to talk to you about data strategy, and ethics. Because here is the truth. The most powerful AI systems ever built have also caused some of the most serious harm. Not because the engineers were bad people, but because they did not think carefully enough about these before they shipped their projects. So let us think about it now together. Okay. This is fresh off from the press. This was just published last week. The Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2026 by the Stanford Human-Centered AI Institute. What it shows is the training compute, the sheer computational power poured into AI models from the United States and China between 2018 and 2025. This is just 5 years ago, wherein you can see the GPT-3 and the difference between the GPT-3 and the Grok 4 here, 5 years after is monumental in the sense because the development is not just incremental, it is exponential. So therefore, models are being built faster, as we can see in this particular graph, trained on more data and deployed at a scale that would have seemed like science fiction 5 years ago. And that scale is exactly why ethics cannot be an afterthought. The bigger the model, the bigger the impact, whether good or bad. Now look at this. This is perhaps the most quietly alarming chart in the AI Index report. Because as you can see here, by year 2020, there are actually 0% of AI-produced data. And now, January 2025, it is almost equal to the human-produced data that actually AI models are also processing. Think about what that means for your AI system. Your model will be trained or is already being trained on data that was generated by other AI models. This is called model collapse. Bias compounds, errors self-replicate, and the ethical responsibility to scrutinize your training data becomes heavier with every passing month. The question your team should be asking right now is, do you actually know where your data comes from? Do you know what it contains? So it is important for us to recognize that there is actually a data-driven dilemma, that technology is a double-edged sword. It is always what I am telling my students, that it is important for them to consider the fact, my engineering students, that it is important for them to consider the facts that the technology that they are producing is not really, or they need to think critically on the technology they would use or they would be producing. Because at the end of the day, technology is not always good. Technology can be bad, nor technology is neutral. Because at the end of the day, when you are using technology, it could actually impact communities on different ways, whether it is a good or bad to the community. I would just like to share that in this particular image that I produce using Gemini, I actually asked Gemini to make sure that in the picture, the harms weighs a lot than the benefits. But after 3 tries, Gemini doesn't like to show that image. He just wanted to show that the benefits is more than the harms when it comes to artificial intelligence, which for me is weird. Because at the end of the day, if we consider data ethics, it is important for us to give importance on thinking and be critical on the possible negative impact of AI in our society. So we live in a moment where innovation outpaces regulation. And that gap, that space between what is typically or technically possible and what the law has not yet prohibited is precisely where ethical judgment matters most. Because ethics is how we decide how to decide when the laws haven't caught up yet. You are building in that gap right now. In this hackathon, every design choice you make, what data you collect, who your system serves, what it might deny is an ethical choice, whether you name it as one or not. I would just like to emphasize that good intentions is not enough, specifically with technologies such as artificial intelligence. Given this 4 examples. The racist chatbot is the first one. A major technology company launched a conversational AI to the public. Within hours, not days, not weeks, hours, the system had ingested toxic internet behavior through unsupervised learning and was producing racist, abusive output. The system error here is labeled toxicity. The team had good intentions, but they did not anticipate the data environment their model would be trained on in the wild. Next is the photo tagging error. An image recognition system misidentified Black individuals, tagging them with harmful labels. This is the same example of Dr. Ribano Jr. a while ago in his morning lecture. This revealed several training data bias. The team had built something impressive. They had not audited who was represented and who was not in their training set. Next is the predictive recruiter. An AI hiring tool systematically downgraded resumes containing the word women's, as in women's clubs, women's sports teams. It had learned from historical hiring patterns where men were promoted more often. The algorithm codified discrimination at scale. I think this is the most popular among them, the Cambridge Analytica case. 87 million Facebook profiles harvested without meaningful consent used to build psychological profiles for political targeting. The engineers did not design a weapon. They built a data pipeline, but in the wrong hands with no ethical guardrails, it became one. So it is important for us to realize that a neutral algorithm is a myth. Every model reflects the choices, assumptions, and blind spots of the people who built it. There is also a concept in software engineering called technical debt. You take a shortcut now, skip the test, use a quick fix, and you pay for it later with interest. Ethical debt works the same way. When you take the shortcut saying we will fix the ethics later, you are not avoiding the costs. You are deferring it and multiplying it. Technical debt costs you sprint cycles and late nights. Ethical debts cost you lawsuits, regulatory fines, destroyed reputations, and most importantly, irreversible harm to real people. Like technical debt, ethical debt must always be paid back, but with massive societal interests. The good news is that preventing ethical debt is far cheaper than paying it off, and that is exactly what this workshop is designed to help you do right now before your project ships. So this is not abstract. This is an actual case. A news by CNN. By February of 2026, OpenAI strikes deal with Pentagon hours after Trump admin bans Anthropic. Because Anthropic doesn't want the Department of War or the Department of Defense of the United States to use their technology for massive online supervision of their people and to the fully automated weapons of war. Therefore, after that, in March, OpenAI changes deal with US military after the backlash because the people supported Anthropic and is now against OpenAI. So, as I would like to emphasize, ethical debt is real and it is even experienced by big corporations such as OpenAI. So, I know for a fact that you would say ethics is actually a complex subject. In fact, you need to read a lot of books in order for you to really consume what ethics means. But what I did in this particular talk is that we created, in this talk, our work in the Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation becomes relevant. Because in the strategic foresight world, in order for you to think about the future, you utilize futures thinking tools. And that is the reason why we are actually, we are also suggesting that we utilize ethical innovators strategic toolkits. These are toolkits that would guide you in making sure that you consider ethics in all your AI projects from the start to you, before you start the project, while you are conducting the project, and at the end of the project. You use data ethics decision aid before the start of the project. You use the fat flow framework during the lifespan of the project, and use the plan, do, study, act after to manage the project. So let's dive in on every toolkit. So DEDA, or Data Ethics Decision Aid, was developed in close cooperation with data analysts from the city of Utrecht. DEDA is a toolkit facilitating initial brainstorming session to map ethical issues in data projects, documenting the deliberation process, and furthering accountability toward the various stakeholders and the public. There are a lot of toolkits that could actually help you in determining the ethical considerations that you need to do in your project. But we choose DEDA for this particular hackathon because DEDA was produced through extensive research. In fact, they have version 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, version 1.0, and now this is the latest version. In order for you to use DEDA, you actually need to print it in an A0 paper. This is my first time to read A0 paper. But it's like a cartolina size in the Philippines. So you print it and then you put it on the table, and everybody in the group would discuss each and every question. The good thing about the design of DEDA is the fact that it's spherical in a sense. The reason why this is the design is because the designer wanted that everyone in the table could participate in reading and discussing an element of their data ethics decision. The DEDA is composed of 45 questions. Some of the questions are very basic to give context to the project. Some of the questions wanted you to align your values to the values of the country and to the values of the project that you are actually creating. Next is the FAT flow framework. The FAT here is fair, transparent, and accountable. Not necessarily physically fat. Just fair, accountable, and transparent. The good thing about this FAT flow framework for data science ethics is because they are using 3 dimensions. The first dimension is the modeling stage, wherein you consider the data gathering, data pre-processing, modeling, evaluation, and deployment, in which almost is the life cycle of your AI project. And then also, you consider the evaluation criterion, which are, is it fair, is it transparent, and is it accountable? And the different roles of a person in an AI data project, which is data subjects, where you collect your data scientist, the one processing the data, manager, the one managing the project, and model subject, the people who would utilize your project output. So it is important for us to realize the fact that fair and transparent are the ethical question in this particular fat flow framework. In fairness, we wanted to make sure that your project is actually protecting privacy of a person, because that is a United Nations protected right. And also that you would not be discriminating against any group. Transparency is making sure that your process is transparent and explainable, which is also the explainability. What is good in this particular fat flow framework is the fact that it emphasizes that accountability must be in every step of the process and modeling stage. So, if we dive in the step-by-step in fairness, accountability, and transparency, in gathering, it is important for us to apply transparency. We need to secure consent, define clear purpose of our data gathering. Next is in pre-processing, apply fairness, measure sample bias, anonymize personal data. It is important for us to always anonymize personal or protected data. Next, in modeling, it is important for us to apply transparency as well by prioritizing explainable AI over black boxes. In evaluation, it is important for us to apply accountability by defining our KPIs, report transparently, and avoid p-hacking, which some of the students are doing. I hope you will not be doing that in this particular hackathon. Next is apply accountability. It is the continuous audits, monitor unintended consequences. So that is the framework or tool that you need to use while doing your project. The next one is the Plan, Do, Study, Act, pioneered by Edward Deming in the field of quality management. Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle forms part of what Deming described as a model for improvement. This is actually a very simple framework that you could easily utilize to manage your specific projects when it comes to deployment. You plan, do, and study. What the Plan, Do, Study Act emphasizes is the importance of study and not just checking your output. It is important for us to critically analyze the result of our AI projects, and therefore, in that particular critical analysis, the result must be taken action in order for us to create improvement or changes in our project. If you wanted to read further on the Plan, Do, Study Act, read it in the Data Ethics book. There. Those are the 3 toolkits that you could utilize from before you start your project, while you are doing your project, then when you are deploying and managing the project. It's also important for us, if we wanted to consider data ethics, to consider different data governance around the world. The first to do the recommendation is the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence by UNESCO. Next is that we already have EU AI Act. And also, there is, when it comes to privacy, the leading paper or policy when it comes to that is the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union, wherein if you are not in adherence to GDPR, you will not be able to deploy your AI systems in the European Union. And also the artificial intelligence and democratic values that studies different AI governance around the world. So in hackathon, it is always we always use this, the Lean Business Model Canvas. My students who are joining this competition actually did this already, wherein you need to complete a startup Lean Business Model Canvas in order for you. This information are important in your in the pitching competition. But in my talk, in this data strategy and ethics, we wanted to suggest that you also utilize. If you cannot utilize the 3 toolkits because it is too complex for you, there is another canvas that you could utilize to ensure that you consider ethics in all your projects. And that is the Lean Business, the data ethics canvas of the Open Data Institute. The data ethics canvas actually has 15 questions, 5 questions each layer. And if you will be able to answer the questions here, you would be able to consider some of the basic data ethics consideration that you need to employ in your AI projects. Next. So let me end by saying ethics deferred is harm permitted. In research, development, and innovation, it belongs at the beginning, not at the end. So I hope that you consider ethics in your projects because it is more essential than all the technicalities that we discussed today. Next. So here is the AI-generated thank you in every ASEAN language. Terima kasih, salamat, kopkun, and come on. Thank you everyone for listening. If you wanted, next. If you wanted to ask questions or partner with us, please feel free to follow our Facebook page, the PUP Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation. And I hope that you really consider ethics in all your hackathon projects. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Tobola, for that very relevant and timely discussion about ethics as we receive so much criticism about the use of AI. I just told you, it's a knowledge-dense pieces of information that you will be needing in your hackathon pitching competition. We are done with a technical architecture walkthrough, the guided mini workshop, and the data strategy and ethics. Now, to streamline your topic, may I call on Engineer Tristan Velardo, the Technical Director of the Technology Business Incubation and Development Office of TBIDO in PUP, to discuss the design thinking session. All right, let's give him a virtual round of applause, please.
Hello, mic check, hello. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And I hope everything is well and doing great and still active. Shout out to our online participants. Can I get some reactions? Are you still good? And so thank you very much. Of course, to our participants attending live here at PUP, are you still good? Can I get a thumbs up? All right. So this is the last session talk. And we have a very interesting topic to cover. Let's talk about design thinking. And for those guys who are not familiar with design thinking, there is no other way for you guys to understand or appreciate the art of design thinking in a very limited time, other than me giving the best usage or best examples of design thinking. With that being said, let's start with the question. Next slide, please. Are you familiar with the Play Pump project? Anyone familiar? Can you give me some reaction, thumbs up, thumbs down? Are you familiar with the Play Pump project? All right, some of you guys are familiar, some are not, okay? I'm going to give you guys a very brief history and a story, and I want you guys to listen very effectively. All right, next slide, please. Play pump technology started in 1994, invented by Ronnie Stevier, and firstly deployed its prototype in sub-Saharan Africa. Eventually, it gathered attention, it gathered momentum, you know what it is, it gathered fame, getting investors, celebrities onboarded, and gathering a lot of capital money. Actually, they gathered or accumulated around $60 million, all right, USD dollars. 13 years later, by the year 2008, PlayPump deployed over 1,000 systems all over sub-Saharan Africa. Field reports are coming in, but you know, it is a normal, we all know this, right? This is normal. When you deploy something, you receive feedback and receive reports, no? They receive some bad and good feedback, right? But sir, you haven't told us yet, no? What is PlayPump? How does it operate? How does it works, right? Next slide, please. Since sub-Saharan Africa, as you can see, is a water-deprived area, PlayPump is a very simple and a very creative way of simply pumping water. So it operates by the children playing merry-go-round, and the energy it created pumps the water and stored it in a tank for later usage of the community. As you can see in the diagram or the picture, the children are playing merry-go-round, which is number 1, and stored in number 4, which is a tank, and getting used by the community for the common good, which is number 5, right? Next slide, please. As you can see, Play Pump is a very interesting idea, right? Children got to enjoy their new toy, society got their new source of water, everything is working well, everything is good, it's a win-win situation. But with that being said, right, do you think the Play Pump succeeded? Can I get a thumbs up reaction if you think it succeeded? And can you give me some thumbs down reaction if it's not? Right? Thank you very much for those reactions. Next slide, please. Sadly, right? Yes, very sadly. By the year 2010, 2 years, believe it or not, only 2 years after its deployment, PlayPump failed and shut down all of its operation. And let's talk about the 4 major causes of its downfall. First bullet, it is a misplaced burden. After the novelty and the excitement of the kids, children, for their new toy, eventually those kids and children get tired and exhausted. And basically, they're not using it. And what happens next is very interesting. This is my most favorite part. Since sub-Saharan is a water-deprived area, their parents or the parents have no choice but to play and push the play pump just to generate the water. It's very interesting because they have no choice, right? And that leads us to the second bullet, which is the engineering mistake. According to mechanical engineers who examined it, it is much harder to push the play pump, and it needed a lot more effort and time than using the traditional water well pump. So come think of it, guys. So if you were the adult or if you were the parent, you will basically use the traditional water pump, right? Because it's much easier than the playing this kind of thing, right? So something, if you're thinking about it, something doesn't add up, right? Something is kind of wrong. Slowly, the play pump technology is being neglected or ignored, right? Moving on to our third bullet, no? The maintenance crisis. All right, the developer, due to excitement, successfully deployed play pump. They're excited, they are hyped up, they deployed play pump. But they ignored the sources of material for maintenance. They realized that the parts needed are not available and not accessible throughout the area. So they basically need to import it. And that would be, additional cost over overhead costing. It is a logistical problem that affects the performance of these play pumps, as you can see. Fourth bullet is something that you guys could relate on. It is called the top-down hubris, meaning the developers are filled with confidence, filled with arrogance, neglecting the nitty-gritty problems. When we are talking, guys, take note to all participants, when we are talking about money, fame, and attention, it could potentially blind us from seeing the reality. We are living in the matrix that we are believing that our product is something good or solving the problem. But in reality, we're not solving anything. We're just making things worse, right? Next slide, please. All right, moving on. This story leaves us with a thought. The play pump contributed to some extent, right? But it could have done much more. It could have saved a lot of people. It could have saved the water-deprived countries or neighboring countries around it. It could have provided a lot of water supply to the neighboring countries as well. But it failed. Sadly, it failed, right? Same with other solution or technology, guys. Just like the one you're creating right now. Same with other solutions or technologies out there. It could have contributed a lot, but majority of these amazing ideas tend to fail, right? According to data, 2 out of 10 startups tend to fail because of the value of debt, right? But how can we prevent this? How can we prevent, or how could we fight the valley of debt? Next slide, please. Basically, we're going to use design thinking. Now, sir, what is exactly design thinking? Next slide, please. Design thinking is it's not just methodology. It is a mindset, it is innovation, and it is problem solving. If you apply this methodology to your daily life, it will change the way you interpret things, the way you understand things. Therefore, it is a mindset. If those methods are translated into mindset, you then become an innovative thinker. If you are an innovative thinker, therefore, it is easy for you to solve a problem. Right? Next slide, please. Design thinking empowers creativity. Who among you guys, you could freely chat your answers or thoughts in the chat box. Who among you guys know or is knowledgeable on what is the difference of creativity and innovation? Right? So you could share your thoughts in our chat box. I will read it later. Next slide, please. All right. To answer the question, when we say creativity, it is the usage of imagination, and it is hard to measure. On the other hand, when we say innovation, guys, it is the creation of improved products or services, but can be easily measured. Sir, what do you mean? Sir, what do you mean? For example, guys, I want to build a flying car, but I don't know how to build a flying car. But I do know that when I build a flying car, right, it will solve a lot of the traffic problems, no? Especially here in the Philippines. That is creativity. I know that when I build a flying car, I will solve a problem, but I don't know how to do it. That is the usage of imagination. You start innovating when things become measurable. I will build a flying car. I need 10 mechanical engineers. I need 5 computer engineers. I need, sir, a fabrication machine. I need all the money. I need all the resources, right? By then, you become innovative. That's the great distinction about innovation and creativity. Next slide, please. All right, in conclusion, design thinking makes you more creative, that leads into innovative working solution. Take note, guys. If you are creative enough, it is not enough, right? If you are innovative enough, it is still not enough. You need to create something that is problem solving, which is a working solution. Next slide, please. As you can see in our diagram, this is the design thinking framework. It is a non-linear process, so you could iterate nth number of times just to solve your problem. Next slide, please. Design thinking is an iterative process. It could take an action in different disciplines and phases of the project until it reaches near perfection. Sir, what does this mean? When we talk about near perfection, there is no such thing as perfect in this world, as this world continues to evolve. Technologies are rapidly evolving, so the people are rapidly or automatically adjusting with the technology, right? So there are a lot of external variables, there are a lot of existing variables that we need to consider when developing a solution or a product, right? So we should aim for the near perfection because there is no such thing as a perfect solution. Keep that in mind, guys. You cannot solve everything. You need to solve the specific problem, okay? Next slide, please. All right. Are you guys following? All right, so the first step is empathy. All right? Again, the first step is empathy. I want to give emphasis on empathy. It is the step wherein you experience the problem itself. Again, it is the step wherein you experience the problem itself. See, guys, knowing the problem, guys, if you know the problem, knowing the problem is not enough. You need to experience the problem yourself. Again, knowing the problem is not enough. You need to experience the problem yourself. You need to empathize. This is to strictly gain a human-centric perspective that grounds you to real problems. Right? Next slide, please. Next is define. It is a step wherein we will define. It is a step wherein we will define across this multiple, right? Multiple problems right in front of me, multiple problems. That when I solve this specific problem, and when I solve this specific problem, it will create a domino effect, right? Or a chain reaction effect that will solve all the problems. Do I make sense? So basically, in define, we need to define, by the word itself, we need to define the root problem that causes all the problems. In design thinking, we're going to encounter a lot of problems, multiple problems. But there's always a root cause for all of those problems. And that's what we want. We need to define that specific root-causing problem. Right? Next step, please. Next step is ideation. Wherein we use our creative mindset. Again, when we say creative mindset, we're going to use imagination in this step. Right? To create solution to the defined problem. We're going to imagine things. Then, we're going to innovate to solve the defined problem. Right? Some solution, guys, take note of this. Some solutions might sound dumb, right? Some solution might sound dumb, but might actually work. This is called the dumb paradox, okay? So you need to take note of this. You should research out the term dumb paradox. It is something wherein it sounded dumb, but it might actually work. It is wherein the peers or workmate or your classmate will laugh at you because your solution is just basically not normal, right? But maybe it's it is the best practical way to solve the problem. So in this phase, I encourage everyone that there should be no judgment because it could be sounding dumb or it could be sounding very dumb, but maybe it's the best practical way to solve the problem. Next step, please. Our next step is prototype, right? So prototyping, in this phase, we create a minimum value prototype, or what we call MVP, right? So what this means is we basically create a functional prototype that gets done or gets the jobs done, right? While being very, very, very cost efficient, right? In this way, we will not spend a lot of money. We will not lose a lot of money. Just in case, guys, just in case, we will not lose a lot of money. Just in case, if and only if, that our solution is wrong. Sometimes we have created up to step 4, we prototype things, then therefore we realize that our solution is not great. It's not working. It's a flop. It's a failure. But through this step, by creating the MVP, we are not losing or we are not spending a lot of money. In relation to prior presentations of our speaker, there are models that are very cheap that you could use or perfect for your AI development. Lastly, last slide, please. We have test, right? Lastly, testing, wherein this is the phase where the prototype gets deployed into a controlled or uncontrolled environment with the sole purpose to gather feedback and qualitative data if our solution is working. Through this way, guys, through testing, we could recognize the nitty-gritty of how the people used it. We could reiterate to make the product or services better. You will be amazed, guys, if you test your solutions or product or you basically deployed it and test it out to random strangers, Instead of clicking this, they're clicking that. Instead of doing this, they're doing that. You will be amazed how different people interact with your prototype. This is very fun, This stage is very fun. And it's the most stressful thing because you understand or it you realize that your solution is not working. Therefore, you need to reiterate again. You need to emphasize, right? Next slide, please. All right, with that being said, we are going back to the use case that we have. And I want everyone from the group chat to participate in their online platform. And our physical attendees right here, I want you guys to participate, right? How can a proper design thinking could have prevented the downfall of play pump and make a much greater impact in water-deprived society? How does design thinking could have prevented the failure of play pump? Anyone, any volunteer? We could take 2 from this physical space that we have, and we are going to take at least 2 in our online platform. You could freely chat your answers if you cannot open your microphone. Anyone?
Okay.
Sir,
we have a participant here. May I request you to go here? And if we have some participants who wants to answer online, please just raise your hand and we're going to call you out.
Good afternoon again.
Hello, good afternoon. Please state your name and...
I'm Carlos Jericho de la Torre from Atlan, from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So first and foremost, who's the target market or who's the beneficiary that is using the product? So mainly the children. So it would be much better to ask the children what kinds of other varieties of, let's say, things that they want to play with. Not necessarily build an amusement park, but know what the kids want, that they want to play with, and then build other mechanisms or build those kinds of amusements for them, and basically just redesigning the actual interface that the children are using, but still the core function is still there, the water pump and etc.
All right, so thank you very much for that input. But then you're going to ponder the next question. Are children sustainable enough? Are their brains sustainable enough to answer those kind of questions? As a children, no, we all been there. We do things, we run, then we want to walk, then we cry, then we crawl. They are not predictable, right? So you ponder the next question. Are you answering or are you questioning or are you empathizing with the right target? So that's correct, right? So next slide, please. Anyone, do we have any answers in the chat?
I think we don't have any answers in the chat as of the moment.
All right, thank you very much.
There's someone who unmuted his or her mic.
Right.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Anyone?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I am Norega G. Pangkatan from DSSC, Davao del Sur State College in Mindanao, Philippines. About the question, sir, is how can a proper design thinking could have prevented the downfall of plain pump and make a much greater impact in water-deprived societies? For me, sir, the downfall of plain pump international could have been prevented if proper design thinking had been applied by deeply understanding. So the real needs of the community, correctly defining the problem as providing efficient and reliable water access, not just making it fun, and testing the solution with actual users like women who collect water daily and continuously improving the design based on feedback or which would have lead to a more practical and also sustainable and impactful solutions for water deprived societies. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and that is a very good answer. Can I give him a very powerful round of applause? Right. So that is correct as well, right? So we will move on. Next slide, please. All right, in empathy or empathize space, right? If the developers empathize well enough, they could have easily realized that their initial problem is wrong. The problem, guys, is the physical labor of getting water, not the water source itself. The water is always there, right? The water is always there. But the problem is the physical labor of getting water, not the water source itself, right? In define phase, if the developers define the right problem, which is, the right problem is, how might we create an effortless way of getting water? Instead of, how might we make pumping water fun? Right? If the developers define the right problem, they will avoid unnecessary costing. Right? Next slide, please. In ideate, they created, right? In ideate, guys, take note, they created a complex solution which is very highly technical. As you can see in the diagram, there is a huge pump, there's a huge tank, and the tank is connected to different water faucets. It's highly engineering, highly technical, right? They created a very complex solution rather than a grounded, practical solution. You see, guys, ideation step is heavily related to emphasize step. If you fail to emphasize well, then we are basically ideating the wrong solution. All right? If you failed to emphasize well, maybe you need to stop because you are basically ideating for the wrong solution. Right? In prototype and testing, right? I'm going to discuss prototype and testing as one. Deploying several prototypes, no? Deploying several MVPs and testing it could have pinpoint all the prior problems stated in the prior slides, right? In this way, the developers could have created an immediate action plan to address these kinds of problems. Right? Are you following? Yes. So, as you can see, in conclusion, design thinking is a very powerful tool. It clearly states that if you're doing or innovating something, you need to put design thinking as a mindset, guys. You need to emphasize well. You don't need to sympathize. You need to empathize. You need to experience the problem. Therefore, you are in the problem and you will create the right solution for it. Unlike play pump, they sympathize. They know that the water pump is needed, but they don't experience the actual problem. That's why they fail, right? So basically, in interest of time, in conclusion, design thinking is not a methodology. It is a methodology plus it is a mindset. It is problem solving, and basically it is innovation. And that's it pretty much. No? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And thank you very much, and I hope with that very limited time, you learned something. And if you want to connect and you want to know, if you want to know more, get in touch. I have attached my QR code, my LinkedIn account, our website in PUPT by DO, our Facebook page in PUPT by DO, and of course, I have attached the QR code of our official website of PUP. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Tristan, for that highlighting the benefit of that design thinking. At this moment, I know that you have a lot of questions in mind. May I call on, please, the 4 speakers here in front, as we are now going to cater questions from our virtual audiences and, of course, here in face-to-face. Okay, may I call on Dr. Robert G. De Luna, Engineer Marife A. Rosales, Engineer Orlan D. Tobola, and Engineer Tristan Velardo. Okay, so do we have any questions? Please take your seats. Okay, I think I need to move this. Do we have any questions?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my questions is to all the speakers, because now we are talking about AI. By the way, I'm Dr. Annalisa Ramos from St. Michael's College of Laguna, Philippines. So as we are now deeply immersed in the world of AI, I would like to share a few observations and raise some points for reflection, because many AI research works today appear to focus on heavily on the hyperparameter tuning to improve model accuracy. However, these studies that I have read often provide limited discussion on how they prepare the data and what particular statistical techniques and how the assumption of specific AI models were addressed. So with this in mind, may I ask our resource speakers how important it is for AI builders to deliberate and consistently prioritize data understanding before model deployment. Before applying, of course, any AI model, a deep understanding is necessary, deeply on the data set itself. So for example, addressing value, some of the AI developers or some people understand they delete or remove that line of records. They did not look into the features structure, if the data is normally distributed or not normally distributed. That's the limitations, because our builders should know this so that they know what appropriate as a measure of central tendency to apply to interpolate that missing value. Another observation is the application of smooth or the synthetic minority oversampling technique, which also shared a while ago during the workshop. Some observation that I observe is they apply smooth before the splitting of the data. If you do that, there's a bias on the data because you are generating a synthetic data. So it influenced the training data. And those are the points, no? There are a lot of points to consider, because as I said, that this they are just focusing heavily on the hyperparameter configuration. So I think you can share why data science background is important before building the model. May I
Okay, thank you so
know
much
how-
for that, Mom. Anyone from the speakers, please, who can answer that question?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, in doing the creation of the AI model, since AI model are data-driven, so it is very important that we must assure that we have a reliable data set. So again, as mentioned earlier in the talk, our input is our data. We need to collect properly our data. And once we collected our data, we need to clean our data, because probably some of the data sets are having missing values. There are duplication, and of course, there's a wrong data type. So that's why prior to the creation of the AI modeling, we need to clean the data. So that means you need to undergo the so-called data wrangling, wherein you need to convert your data into a form that is easy to understand and usable for the AI modeling. And yeah, the process is not very easy, because you need to understand everything about the data. And once you clean the data, there is now the so-called exploratory data analysis, wherein you have to apply the knowledge about statistics. So that's why in the modeling of the AI, it's very important that you have a background really of the statistics, the algebra, and so on. And it is important because you need to establish what is the relation of the input serving as the features that will determine the output. So meaning, using statistical analysis, you can simply, for example, determine whether there is a correlation between the features and your output. And you can actually explore also using the box plot, the visualization, and everything in order for you to analyze whether a certain feature is a possible predictor of the output. So meaning, in AI, you do not include all the features for your AI model because AI, as much as possible, less amount of features, but able to come up with a good model is a good AI model. So that's why very essential is the knowledge about data science. Okay? So it's start with the data. And for the question about this MOTI or the
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think I agree with the suggestion of ma'am that we need to have good background with data science. Actually, we have data science workflow. Number one, you need to identify the problem. What's your problem, right? Next is, after identification of problem, you need to collect data. That's very important. Why? Because data is the most important part of any data analytics, either structured and unstructured. By the way, data science is what? Scientific method to extract information from the data, either structured or unstructured. So our goal is to generate insights from the data. That's why, first, you need to identify the problem. Next is you need to collect the data. You need to make it sure that the data is valid, correct. The collection process is correct. Next one is you need to make it sure that the data is clean. That's why we have this what we call data preparation, data cleaning, data wrangling, as mentioned by Dr. De Luna. We also have this data pre-processing, EDA, the exploratory data analysis. Then, if you are sure that the data is already clean, you can proceed with the model development. You can use many algorithms. Actually, there are lots of machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms, pre-trained model, and you can retrain your own data set. You can apply what we call transfer learning. Then after that, do not stop after you develop the model. You need to validate. You need to evaluate. We have different performance matrices that can be used to check if your model is really intelligent enough to stop training, right? We have this for regression, for classification, or even for deep learning algorithms like detection, classification, etc. Once the model is already validated, you need to recheck using unseen data, right? Before deployment. So I think that's the correct process. I hope we answered the question.
Yeah, thank you for your comprehensive and intelligent answer to our questions. And congratulations to all our resource person for this Asean Hackathon 2026.
Thank you so much, ma'am, from St. Michael's College of Laguna. Do we have any other questions? Virtual questions? I'm checking the chat right now. There's no message. Do we have a question here in PUP Manila? Or do we have any questions from Vietnam, Thailand? Any questions? Going once? Or maybe they're processing their questions. Oh, we have a question. Okay, can you use the microphone there?
Sound check. This is to anyone who wants to answer this question. So my first question is, where's the fine line between business and ethics? And the next one would be related to MVP. So how can we say that our MVP is good enough for testing? So what's the, let's say, benchmark or baseline that we can already give it to other people for testing? That's all.
Okay, anyone from the speakers, please? Okay, Engineer Tubal.
I'll answer the fine line between business and ethics. It is important for us to consider the fact that ethics and choosing between ethics and utility is actually not a Boolean problem. It's not a yes or no problem. It is actually an equilibrium. It is important for us to reconsider the different ethical considerations that we need to consider in a project and its utility to the nation or to the people who would utilize it. Because at the end of the day, it is important that we consider ethics, but it is important for us to progress as a nation as well. Therefore, there must be development, but what data ethics wanted for us to consider is the fact that we be conscious on the possible negative impact of the things that we are doing. Are the negative impacts relevant enough for us not to consider its utility, or the negative impacts okay for us to sacrifice because the utility of that particular project is more important than that particular negative impact? So it is an equilibrium. It is not a Boolean problem wherein you just consider a yes or no answer.
Thank you po.
Okay, in the do we have answer? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to answer the second question regarding the MVP. When we talk about MVP, it's very subjective to the skills of the group, right? So if the team is financially able, and if the team is easily to program or is highly skilled enough to do programming or AR coding, it is very subjective. If the team insert very low effort to produce a MVP, and that's their subjective or that's their strength of their team. So we cannot clearly define what is the bare minimum of the MVP. As long as it functions, it gets the job done, and it is capable for testing. All right, so it's very subjective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have other question from the Mapua Malayan Colleges of Laguna. Please unmute and say your question.
Well, one question we have as participants is, how do we balance the trade-off between ensuring that our AI is technically appropriately powerful, while ensuring that we have followed the proper ethics, since ensuring that the AI is properly ethical and follows all of the safety guidelines takes a considerable amount of time, while also ensuring that the complexity and the technical proficiency is up to par. How do we ensure that that we properly manage that trade-off while keeping in line with the strict timeline of the competition?
Okay, a question about ethical application.
I think to synthesize the question, she is asking that if to create a powerful AI, how to create a powerful AI with being or staying ethical as well.
In a short period of time.
You could build a powerful AI by while staying ethical as well. If you consider the different ethical considerations, fairness, accountability, transparency in the entire process of your creation of the AI. Like if you utilize data, there are a lot of questions there that determines the ethical consideration of your project. And if you were able to answer those ethical considerations of your project, then you could balance creating a powerful AI at the same time making sure that it is ethical. Thus, in my talk a while ago, we consider 3 toolkits in order for us to test and to ensure that the AI project that we are utilizing is in adherence with the ethical considerations of data processing.
And in addition to that, we share that one of the common factor why AI project fail is lack of documentation. So we shared already earlier in my discussion that we need to prepare the so-called model card. You have to be transparent about the problem that you're trying to solve. What are the performance metrics you use to assess the performance of your model? Because basically, once you do the pitching, you will be highlighting the performance of your AI model. So you have to be transparent about the performance metrics you use to assess your AI model. And also, part of the model card is you need to be transparent and you have to share through your documentation about the limitations and the biases that you have in the creation of your model. So everything should be put in the model card, discussing the limitation, the biases, the performance metric, and the problem that you solve with your AI.
And what Dr. Diluda discussed is actually about transparency that supports accountability in the fat flow framework.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this will be the last question from PUP Neo Visionary. Just unmute and say your question, please.
Hello.
You have no question?
Attending to the speakers. We are the Neo Visionary from PUP Paranaque, and we would like to ask for your recommendation of what API would be suitable for live imaging and facial recognition.
I'm sorry, can you speak louder, please?
Hello. So we are the Neo Visionary from PUP Paranaque, and we would like to ask for recommendations of what would be a good API or framework would you recommend for implementing real-time imaging and facial recognition in AI models?
Real-time imaging and FaceTime what? Sorry?
Real-time imaging and facial recognition in AI.
And facial recognition in AI.
I think the question is, what is the best framework when it comes to image recognition and facial recognition?
Okay, so pertaining to the question regarding what will be the best, is it algorithm for facial recognition and something? So again, you need to define your input. So since your input is basically an image or probably a video stream, then the appropriate AI model should be deep learning, of course, because the images are some sample of the so-called unstructured data. So that's why it is fit for the deep learning. And again, I recommend that you explore using the general intelligence I mentioned earlier. I recommend the group to utilize transfer learning for that. There are many algorithms for transfer learning that you can explore, entertaining basically images, and the foundation of that deep learning basically is using or utilizing the convolutional neural network. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers. In the interest of time, as much as we wanted to cater all of your questions, but unfortunately, we're running out of time. But we are more than willing to answer those questions. We shared our RISPI, the Research Institute for Strategic Foresight website. Just message us and connect with us so that we can actually answer your question. And there's some participant who asked for the copy of the presentation materials. You can actually request that. We will provide it to the P2A Secretariat, and they're the one who will share the official press mat or presentation materials of this afternoon session. Once again, let's give them a big round of virtual applause, please. Thank you so much to our speakers. Wow, I just told you a while ago, it's a knowledge-dense discussion that is very helpful in the preparation for the pitching competition. And at this point, we are about to conclude the event. May I call on the Vice President for Research, Extension, and Development of PUP to give us a closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Ana Ruby P. Gapasin.
Thank you very much, Prof. Erwin. How's everyone? Good? Send a virtual heart if you are still with us. For those who are in Zoom, wow, so many hearts. We love you. And thank you very much for staying with us. What a productive day. To all the leaders of Passage to ASEAN P2A, headed by Dr. Hang Lê, Vice Provost of Duy Tan University, Vietnam. our beloved Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, P2A ASEAN AI Council Chair. To our experts, Dr. Teodoro Revano Jr. from Mapua Malayan College, Dr. Robert De Luna, Engineer Orlan Tuvola, Engineer Marife Rosales, and Engineer Tristan Velardo from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. To all the members of the organizing committee from Duy Tan University, Vietnam, let's give them a big round of applause. From Mapua Malayan College, and of course, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. To all the partner universities, mentors, sponsors, volunteers, students, and friends across the ASEAN region, a pleasant day, everyone. What we have witnessed is a very inspiring endeavor. Over 240 teams representing more than 100 universities from Brunei to Vietnam across 9 ASEAN nations are coming together for a single shared purpose: to apply artificial intelligence to the pressing problems facing our communities. And these numbers are proof of a growing regional momentum of young minds choosing collaboration over competition, creativity over complacency, and service over mere novelty. You are all embarking on a 4-month journey that matters. The 4 tracks of this hackathon are climate change resilience, public health and telemedicine, smart city, and AI for education. They speak directly to those hopes and needs of our region. Whether you are designing early warning systems for climate shocks, creating telemedicine solutions that bridge care gaps, reimagining urban systems for livability, or building tools that make learning inclusive and future-ready, your work can change lives. To our faculty members, mentors, sponsors, and volunteers, thank you for creating the scaffolding that let young innovators thrive. To the organizing committee, Duy Tan University, Mapua Malayan College, and Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the leadership has made this regional collaboration possible. Special mention to Dr. Hang Le and Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela for steering the Passage to ASEAN initiative with vision. Young innovators of ASEAN, you carry our hopes, your ideas, your prototypes, and your partnerships have the potential to become solutions to protect lives, sustain the environment, and expand opportunities across our region. Embrace curiosity, uphold integrity, and remember the human faces behind every dataset. As we close this grand opening ceremony and the hacks begin in earnest, I invite everyone, the participants and supporters alike, to take one pledge: to build AI that is ethical, inclusive, and oriented towards the public good. May this hackathon be a crucible for learning, a bridge for collaboration, and a launch pad for innovations that benefit ASEAN communities. Good luck, be courageous, and let us keep working together to turn ideas into impact. Thank you, and let the 2026 ASEAN AI Hackathon begin. Maraming salamat po.
All right, thank you so much for that conclusive closing remarks, Dr. Ana Reviga Pasin. And that's actually the end of the session 2 from our Sintang Paaralan, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. We are now turning over the spotlight to the P2A Secretariat to the formal closure of the Zoom link. Thank you.
Dr. Ana Rubika Pasin and the team at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Representing the P2A Secretariat, we would like to also express our sincere thanks for all the coordinators who made today happen and all the team leaders. Your hard work is recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we would like to formally close the opening ceremony and the first 2 workshops of the ASEAN AI Hackathon 2026. Thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to seeing you in our next workshop on May the 5th. If I'm not wrong. Please stay connected. We will give you the latest update via email. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and we hope you find success with your project. Terima kasih, maraming salamat, and thank you.